Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Thursday, April the 16th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? Make sure you guys can hear me. All right. Okay, guys, well, the jobless numbers came out a little bit higher than I guess was expected, 5.2 million versus 5 million, but market has shrugged that off as they have the last three jobless number reports on the Thursday morning. So wait and see what happens once the market does open. We're up just a little bit, nothing incredible, just a little bit. So let's take a look at some of the things that are happening. We got a lot of virus plays again. Some new names added to the list. EDNT virus play, low float, 3.2 million in the float, up 169% already. SGNX, another virus play. I probably have the symbols SNGX probably. I probably put it in wrong. Yeah, I'm sorry. So I put it in wrong. It's SNGX, not SGNX. Their virus play. Now, financing, ATHX, a couple of financings this morning. ATHX financing, 2.25 million shares at, actually I'm a little wrong. Yeah, 22.5. Wow, it's big. 22.5 million shares at $2.25. So it's basically right at the financing price. Couple of earnings plays. Bed Bath & Beyond, a little pop on earnings, a little one here, 17%. Lots of volume already, a million shares. Released earnings after hours. You can see the reaction right there. There's that mauve area on our charts. The mauve area is after hours yesterday. This is the pre-market, the tan area. So a little pop for Bed Bath & Beyond, BBBY. And also Rite Aid, is gap down on earnings. They released, when did they release? No, they released pre-market. So that's a reaction so far to RAD. Another financing, CALA, C-A-L-A. Gap down 5 million shares at $6.25 a share. So actually this is shrugging off the financing so far. It's at $6.73. Financing was done at $6.25, so it's above the financing price as we speak. ATOS, another virus play. I think it's a virus play. Let me make sure. Yeah, another virus play. Actually, it's kind of holding its own. I'm skeptical about these little ones, but kind of holding its own. ATOS, another low float, 9 million in the float. Boy, this one popped right after hours yesterday. Look at that big pop for RCOS. Rumor that Gilead is looking to buy them. So there's a big pop for RCOS after hours and maintaining. I know, I'm sure this is another virus play. This is gapped up also. XNet. Don't think this is a virus play. One non-virus play. I don't think it's a virus play, but it is gapped up also through the 200-day moving average, also 363. So that's a little kind of important. 388 right now, 363 has some room to this. Well, probably 4 is going to be pretty tough resistance. Is this one holding? THMO, kind of holding. THMO, definitely a virus play. FDA letter allowing distribution of their fast detection kit. And another virus play, PDSB. Now this one is not holding, so this is one I just gonna forget about. Look at this, 182 all the way back to $1. So it's a low float, 3.7 million in float. I'm gonna forget about that one. TSM, is this a earnings play? Yes, this is an earnings play. Taiwan Semiconductor, TSM, big gap up, pretty big gap up. Big float, 5 billion in the float. Put a nice gap up for it. If it maintains this, there's a lot of room. 57 mark from 52. So yeah, I saw the LTPRB again. Whatever nonsense is going on with that one. You weren't in the room yesterday. I've obviously typed it in wrong. LTPR. Actually, you must have typed that in wrong. Is it LPTR? No. Now let's see if this piggybacks a little bit more. So LTRPB, LTRPB. There we go. So it's doing its stupidity again. 39,000 shares, only up $55. But let's see if the LTRPA piggybacks again. And man, how the mighty have fallen. Look at Diamond Offshore Drillers. 90 cents now, all-time low. Yeah, look at Diamond Offshore. This is actually shortable too. Boy, it's going, I mean, no hope for this one. All-time low now. Let's see, anything else happening here? I've decided to split these two. You know, notice I just have the pre-market actives, and I would scroll down. I've decided there's so many over the last month, so I've decided to split them into the pre-market actives down, the pre-market actives up. All you have to do is, well, I'll show you later, but if you want to follow it like I'm doing right now, saves having to scroll down all the time. Yeah, and understand when I'm posting all this information, this is not anything. I'm not saying go long or go short. These are just the interesting things happening in the pre-market. I typically never trade in the first 15 minutes anyway, and I try to let things settle down. Also, if you want to trade my watch list, keep an eye on my watch list up and down all day. Just click from the toolbar, new channel bar. And my windows right there. Remember, everything in a channel bar is a layout. So you can only have one layout loaded at a time. So make sure, if you have a layout already, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. Then you can follow my windows. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 15 minutes after the market opens. I have a delay on that. This should start right away. The repeating, it should start right away. I also have the auto trader on. Let's make sure I have them both on. I want to make sure, so I have them both on. So what that'll mean is when I get some symbols appearing here, they will automatically trade them. I'll go over a lot of that at around 10:30, how that happens and all. Yeah, I don't know, Olivier, I mean, what is the best? I mean, a lot of us use Interactive Brokers. You know, I've been using it for 3.5 years now. I think it's a good program. Most of our subscribers, majority of our subscribers do use Interactive Brokers. I'm not saying it's the best, but that's what I use. SQ on the way down also, Square One or Square Inc. on the way down also. Not an earnings play, but this is getting beaten up a little bit here, SQ. Guys, I really missed the boat Oh, it's very, of course, every broker, you have to just, you just have to contact your broker and enable pre-market trading. No, I can't tell you exactly what broker I don't know what broker you're using, but it's just a selection within your broker to allow pre-market trading. Now, I really missed the boat on this one. You know, I talked about this one a couple of weeks ago. I really missed the boat on this one. I'm just not a great swing trader, but I mean, look at Nautilus. I mean, this was, you know, from 3 days ago, 4 days ago, 261, basically doubled. You know, home equipment, of course, if you're familiar with Nautilus. I kind of thought they sold mainly to gyms. I know they have home equipment, but anyway, still a long ways this can go. Again, why do I say that? Just look at a monthly chart, look at this weekly chart, but look at the monthly chart. There's no resistance really until this area. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but this is definitely a nice swing trade. Peloton, of course, has been, I think it was actually a little bit weak this morning. Yeah, a little bit weak this morning. But Peloton, the same, I mean, it's almost mimicking what NLS did. NLS just a little bit cheaper. Apache, well, you know, obviously, I don't know what oil is doing this morning. You know, I mean, it's doing nothing right now. Apache right now, I don't know what oil is doing this morning. Is it still under $20? Haven't checked. But there's, you know, I mean, for me right now, there's nothing to look at. I mean, it's all dependent on what the sector is doing. Look at THMO. All right, guys, let me take a look, just a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. See how many they've given us. If there's not too many, I'll get them in. Oh boy, there are a lot of downgrades. I think what I'll do is I'll just see if Goldman has any. THMO ripping still. Well, I'll try to pick a few of them, okay, guys? I mean, there's just too many, but I'll pick a few of them. These are the upgrades I'm getting in right now. All right, that's a few of the upgrades. I got some of the downgrades in. All right, now there's a ton of downgrades this morning, so I'm going to have to just kind of cherry pick a few of them. See, Twitter got a downgrade. Tilray got a downgrade. All right, guys, there's a few of them. There are a few of them, sorry. Yeah, I mean, THMO, I know, I don't know if this is an IPO or just a symbol name change here, but regardless, it might be. Actually, it might be, this might be an IPO then. I'm looking at the position and lifetime range, so it looks like this is at the top, which would mean that this was probably an IPO. There was one IPO. Ah, man, can you guys help me out? It starts with a K. It's done fantastically well. It just IPO'd maybe a couple of weeks ago. It starts with a K. Another bio. I'm sure somebody's going to know it. I happened to see it this morning. It's around $27 right now. And I think it opened around 20. And this is right in the, in the midst of all the what the market's doing. Very brave of them to have an IPO. Which market is ADFN? Nope. Not showing up on me for me at all. Yeah, I know. I mixed it up. I understand. It's should be SNGX. Former cool. So actually, I have nothing. It's not loading in IB. It's not recognizing it as a symbol. It's not loading at all for me, ADFN. So I don't know what it is. So interesting. So you see, so it's a former cool, all right? Most of the time when a symbol has changed, it looks like an IPO, but our position and lifetime range usually picks that up. So that's interesting. Unless cool was never this high. Yeah, I mean this started popping for me, the Gap scanner. I can't tell you exactly the price. In fact, I can tell you exactly when I saw it. It was right around here at $6. It might have been a little earlier. I'm trying to see what the volume was. Might have been a little earlier. So, but certainly this Gap Up scanner picked it up. Now, whether you're going to trade it or not, I mean, yes, in this case, it kept going and it's basically held. A lot of them will just pop up and come right back down. So, if you're not used to trading in the pre-market, I'm not going to counsel one way or the other, but it is not for everything or for everybody. And also the minute I clicked on THMO, I saw the news. And there it is, the acknowledgement letter from the FDA. So, that thank you very much. I knew somebody. Thank you. It is as KROS. Very good. I mean, look, this is pretty unbelievable. I mean, so they IPO'd 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days ago. 5 days ago at around $20, $27 in the face of this market. Just give me a moment, please. All right. Yeah, what an amazing, no volume yet on this one. And it doesn't really trade very much. You can see it only traded 82,000 shares yesterday at the big day on its IPO, about 1 million shares. It just doesn't trade very much, but look at this. keep an eye on Bed Bath. Well, I almost did it. Bed Bath and Beyond. Keep an eye on it. I mean, obviously it has room. Earnings play. Probably maybe some resistance right around 560. So, excuse me. Don't really know how dynamic it's going to be. Released earnings after hours yesterday. Of course, it's been beaten up well before the virus hit the markets. Been beaten up badly. And Rite Aid, that's another one of the very few earnings plays today so far. So far, I'm sure I have my earnings play box will get filled up as the day goes on. Morgan Stanley is another one, but Rite Aid. So the bets were being placed ahead of time. You can see, these 3 days, and actually I'm wrong. I'm sorry. That is yesterday's candle. So these people were right. Yeah, Hertz, as we're talking about Hertz a little bit, HTZ, what's the support area around 460 or so on that daily chart? Morgan Stanley was an earnings play also. Morgan Stanley released earnings pre-market right there, so a little gap down. I don't trade the banks. I just find them just not dynamic enough for my style of trading, not with the floats they normally have. All right, EDNT. EDNT is actually, there's a pullback. So what did it hit in the pre-market? 559. I think these are, if I can read, $10 million in purchase orders for personal protection equipment in the first week since launch. So that's the news for Edison. Now, do we believe, where are they out of? Okay, they're a U.S. company. Okay. I'm just seeing your tech support question regarding profit target indication. They're here. Excuse me. Nothing. Probably nothing happens in the pre-market. I've never really looked at that in the pre-market. I don't think anything happens in the pre-market. Well, guys, this one, PSTI. I was watching this one earlier, and it was starting to slide. Now look at the pop. Look at the volume that's just come into PSTI. Well, Cala is an earnings play, is a financing. So the financing was done at 625, 5 million shares at $6.25. So, oh, I'm sorry, you were saying Casa, not Cala. If you put, you should put the symbols in capital letters. All right, guys, I'm going to get rid of these two right now. Oh, I've got something open. Where is it? There it is. All right, everybody. Market's going to open in less than 30 seconds. Let's have a great trading day. Looks like we're going to have a mildly positive open, but I have my doubts. Mildly positive right now. We'll see once the market opens. Again, I usually don't do anything for the first 15 minutes. Let things kind of settle down a little bit. Nothing will happen in these two windows. All right, we are now open. All right, guys, not for the faint of heart, but this LTRPA, I'll be piggybacking a little bit on its cousin B. THMO, oh, it was making a new high, but look at that pullback already. Almost hit 8. Almost hit 8, and then it pulled right back to 740 or so, or 760. So, but obviously a lot of room. Looks like the high was 780. Semis on the CEMI is on the watch list. CEMI, good volume coming in. Look at THMO. Huh. Well, it's a good looking press release, got to admit. Good looking press release. And now it goes down. So, I mean, that's why, guys. I mean, you know, I know the temptation is just to chase these things. But, you know, that was up at 879 and it pulled all the way back over at almost $1.50. I mean, it's still active. Don't get me wrong, but it can be very, very hard to trade. Not just this one, but I mean, a lot of things in the first 15. You'll see a lot of whippiness in the first 15 minutes. Yeah, there's the RAD underneath that whole number. Maybe some support right around here, around that 1160. Certainly, maybe around 1136. But obviously, if it cracks down through that, there's the 200-day moving average right under here, around 1040. Well, look at the okay. Again, look at this. I mean, pop up. 545 all the way back down to 521 in the first 5 minutes. Yeah, to store the oil, exactly, not to produce. Yeah, I read that this morning. All right. Well, I'm glad. I almost took this short. I have to admit, I almost took this short right here, just before the market opened. I knew that it would be hard to get it if I waited for the market. I'm glad I didn't. Little pop for DO, and it actually got halted on that pop up or down. I'm not sure. Let me see. What was the price? 105. Yeah. So it got halted on the way down. So it popped up. Wow, 131, and it's halted on the way down. Love is been halted also. And our halts resumes right here. It's a scan I'm sharing. If you have trade ideas, what you have to do is click on the scans tab right here in the trading room. All the scans that I am sharing, or you can click on the room drive icon. Looks like a half open folder. Click on that. Scans that I share, download. Goes to a Word document. You can take a look at all the scans that I'm sharing later on. From yesterday, Comstock, yesterday, this is still alive and kicking. This was an earnings play yesterday that, now be careful. I mean, look what it did. It got all the way up to 627 and it sold all the way off. So it's not a big confidence booster when you see something like that, but nonetheless, it is active again this morning. It's a very, very, very low float, 1.9 million in the float. DO just resumed. Okay, PDSB alive again. Now it's a big pullback from that 180. Got all the way down to 1. That's a huge pullback. But anyway, it's looks like it's trying to recover a little bit. PDSB, another virus play. Yeah, market's falling. Are we negative? Not yet. Maybe this will be the day finally when those jobless numbers and other news, of course, finally takes over. Or I think it was 5 million, 5.2 million, I believe, applied for unemployment this morning. All right, DVAX is moving here. Pre-market hit 421. DVAX, another virus play. No, look at this. So Arcus got halted. Now the rumor was that Gilead is looking at buying them. Maybe they've come and said no. I mean, that's the only thing I can. That's the only reason I can suggest that it's tanked like it did. Remember I said yesterday I might take one of these really early, sort of on these Momo ups, just as kind of a scalp. PDSB. I didn't do it. I just have a tough time pulling the trigger in the first 15 minutes. MPC Marathon. Okay, so these oil energy is obviously still in disarray here. So MPC on the way down here. MPC. Hertz on the way down. HTZZ. How is I saw NLS Nautilus? I saw it dive a little bit here. I'm going to stick an alert up here at the high of yesterday's high and see if it takes that out later on. Yeah, old habits. Tough for me to break as a Canadian to say Z. MREO. MREO. Again, guys, another one. I mean, look at this. I mean, there's a high of 1283, drops $1, CEMI. Just checking some of these early morning momentum plays, see if they're holding at all. Yeah, I saw this one after hours yesterday. A big pop up for DYNT after hours. As high as $1.11, just a low float, 7.3 million in the float. There's the 200-day moving average, so $1.11. So it kind of popped into it and came right back down underneath it so far, anyway. Okay, CHGG on the way down. CHGG. Sort of support does it have? Maybe around 35 or so. CHGG underneath the 200-day moving average. Also, it gapped down underneath the 200-day moving average at 37.81 for CHGG. All right, Love is an earnings play. LOVE is an earnings play. And guys, I'm just kind of waiting for another 4 minutes or so to see whether or not, what sort of alerts I get from my watch list. Wonder how easy it's going to be to get Rite Aid, down 15% on a short. Anything down over 10%, not familiar, the uptick rule. There's a bank, another bank earnings play, BK. Lake, Lake is actually an earnings play. Of course, the virus stock. Oh boy, be careful on this one. I know it popped into the AI, on the AI. So this just opened, resumed. There's stuff going on here, guys. I mean, the rumor was that GILD was looking to buy them. That was after hours yesterday. You can see held pre-market that all of a sudden it just tanked. So just be careful on this one. And it's halted again. All right, APTO. I'm sure another virus play. Let's take a look. Not a low float, 41 million in the float. Last month's high was 877, the previous month 923. Flyer in the morning, XNet. Could not sustain itself. XNet on the way down. There are another couple of minutes, less than a little over a minute before we start getting, I'm not saying we'll get any at 9:45, but nothing before 9:45 in my watch list. Again, if you're new, you want to follow this as the alerts come in. Should load it now. New channel bar, new channel bar, and then my windows. All right. Remember, it's a layout, so save your layout to the cloud before you do that. You cannot have two layouts loaded at the same time. Mosey, MOSY, that got halted and resumed now. MOSY. Oh, it's not a virus play, semiconductor. Oh, look at that, 1.82 million in the float. If I look at the weekly chart, maybe some room to wow, there's the 200-day. So right at the 200-day moving average now for Mosey, MOSY, 222. It's right there. And wow, it just got halted. MOSY just got halted. All right, so 9:45. So wait to see if I get anything in the watch list up or down. Again, just because it is 9:45 doesn't mean something's going to appear immediately. Has to make a new high or a new low. Okay, guys. Key is also an earnings play. Key, yeah, big volume too. Big float, almost a billion in the float. A million shares are traded already. It is an earnings play. Key, where are they out of? They're a U.S. stock. Okay, looks like kind of spotty on the daily chart. Sometimes when you see that, it could be a foreign stock. Yeah, we don't give advice like that. Well, I don't anyway, Michael. Airlines to buy or sell right now. You know, with all that's going on, I mean, the only thing I can say is it looks like there's some support around 9. Yeah, you've been following gold, I know, for a while, Barrick. Real, probably from back here. Look at the, you know, that's what you want to see on a monthly chart. Look at the void, look at the gap, look at the room. Yeah, resume now. RCUS, it resumed. Well, if you're lucky enough to get it in the AI at the price, I'm not sure. Where did it get halted? Yeah, you could have, yeah, because it got halted at 25.15. So the alert was at 24.30. Just to let everybody know what I'm talking about, there's the AI, artificial or AI slash Holly as we call it. There was the entry 24.30. I don't know what the spread was like, but it got halted then at 25.15, and then it's open, and there it is, 28.51. That is the AI in action. So for nothing triggering in my watch list up or down. So these are the ones that would have triggered, but what has to happen now is one of these has to make a new high or a new low for it to appear here. And not just that, it also has to take out either yesterday's high or yesterday's low. So why you see EDNT here, I don't know why that's happening. Here we go. By the way, Pam, if you're in the room, yesterday you had a tough time seeing my screen for some reason. I'm going to give you the developer's support email. He said you can email him. Just let him know, you know, the browser you're on and all that stuff. All right, THMO on the move again. THMO on the move again. All right, so I'm going to give you his, let me just make sure I got it right. I think it's support@protraders.com. Just give me a second here. Yeah, he emailed me right after I shut down the room, so. Why can't I see it here? Support. I'm going to have to find his email. I thought it was support@protrader.com, but evidently it's not. Mosey, on the move here. Support email. No, well, obviously a heck of an alert here, guys. 24, 30, 30, 13 right now. 23%. The only alert so far from the AI, but what an alert. Again, I don't know how it got halted at 25. So you could have got it. I mean, there's no question you could have got it because it was halted at 25.15. So the alert's at 24.30. I'm sure it was pretty spready. And, you know, listen, dicey too. I mean, with what happened, but yeah, I had to make sure I heard this. This is turned on. Yeah, it's on. So interesting. No alerts yet from my watch list. Wow. Mosey, Mosey, Mosey. This semiconductors too. And low float. Why does this happen? 1.82 million in the float. That's why you see moves like this. If you're unfamiliar with the concept of the float, the lower that number is, and 1.82 million is very, very low for float. So that is the supply of stock. And if there is demand for whatever reason, you know, obviously there is demand. So low supply, high demand, this can happen. Now, when the rug gets pulled, when people want to bail, this, you know, the same thing can happen on the way down. So that's why you have to be awfully careful. So this is what Real is talking about. See that little pop? I guess he's calling that a bear flag on the 5-minute chart. And so a little bit of a pop here and now fading down. How easy will it be to get? The fact that it's under 10, down 10%. No, I know. It's the rumor with Arcus happened after hours yesterday. But then it's almost like somebody said, "Hey, there's no validity to that rumor." Okay, so Fran definitely has a different look from the other ones that are in the Momo up. You can see there's some resistance, maybe right around here, 320. If it can pop through that, though, look at all these little topping tails right around there. I'm going to put an alert there around 323. Look at the daily chart, whole bunch of topping tails right around there, and 2 days ago, pops through that. Might have a bit of a run in it, so I'm just going to wait to see if that price alert triggers. Interesting. Haven't had a delay on this for quite a while. Usually you get some right around 9:45 or within 5 minutes, but nothing is triggering right now. Market is moving down. Now we're mildly negative. All right, here's energy play that's moving up, ETRN. And this one has room. When I say it has room, I mean just look at the weekly chart. So there's the resistance up here. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but it definitely has some room. So Nate, are you a Trade Idea subscriber? Oh, well, that's okay. You can't have them. You got to be a subscriber. I mean, I'm displaying the Trade Ideas trading program. Okay, that's what I'm showing. So you have to be a subscriber to have what you see on the screen. And if you did, I share everything. I can give you a link right now, just to for posterity's sake. There's a subscription link and there's a promo code, okay, that you can use. Yeah, down goes the SPY. So this is the first time that the SPY has not been able to shake off the employment numbers or unemployment numbers. The other 2 days, actually, the market ripped, but not today. All right, PFGC. I have this on the yeah. In fact, okay. Now again, this is sort of a. Can I short this one? Make sure I can short it. Yeah. Okay. So this is in the This is a simulator in action, guys. You see how it took this trade automatically? Didn't get it at 151. Got it at 150. And I'll show you how it took 556 shares. Why it took that number of shares. You notice here that this is a short. And there's my stop at 169. If it hit the stop, I'd be out $108. I have in my simulator, I'm going to show you how you can do all this, but in my simulator, I'm basically risking about $100 a trade. So that's why the share size, if you take 556 times the difference between the entry and the stop, you get approximately $100. It's a 108, but meanwhile, Mosey, wow. Nice to see a non-virus play, unless they snuck in. They're saying they're a virus play now, but there seemed to be a semi. And they're at a San Jose. No, again, Tell was on the watch list. Even though we did this yesterday, I was thinking, okay, what if, energy has a pop today and it takes all this out? You can see the room looking left. So my bias was certainly long. Again, this is a simulator in action, okay? This is not my real account. I've not taken this trade in my real account. Yeah, but obviously there's some news going on. I just can't see any news for it. I just don't see any news for Mosey, so I don't know why it's doing this. Now, guys, a word again about the AI has not exited, all right? But in my opinion, if you were able to get this trade and this stock hit 31, you can't let it drop $3. That's why I'm saying you want to trade the AI and manage the trades on your own. Okay, Geo on the way down here. Geo on the way down. This has some room. Let's see what the low on that daily was. 1281. So let's see if it can take out that. If it takes out that low there, I'm stick an alert right there. 12 or 1278. If it takes that low out, then it's got a lot of room underneath. Another one moving down underneath the whole number. Oxy, of course, very active trader. Oxy, so what was the low last week? Low last week was 1012, so it's, sorry, is that right? 1243, so it's approaching the low of last week. All right, so I'm putting I have my alert set down here for Geo. Oops, see if it takes out the low again for Geo. This is I think that's that prison stock. Okay, Craig, C-R-E-G, China, oh, China, okay, well, China Recycling. Here's the 200-day moving average. Yeah, it's 333, so see what it did yesterday. It pulled all the way back though. Tried to get through that 200-day moving average yesterday. Several times, you can see 1, 2, 3, 4 days, tried, couldn't do it. Oh, okay. Craig was a reverse split yesterday? Yeah, you're right. NASA's reverse split. And what was the ratio? 10 for 1. 1 for 10 reverse split yesterday. Okay. All right, there's RAD. Okay, guys, definitely interested in RAD now. It took it on this in the simulator, 1178. It's now below that daily. Next low looking left is 1124. All right, Blinn. Another low float, 2.8 million in the float. Volume coming in. 124, I look on the weekly, 124, that could stall it. It's not a beautiful, I mean, a lot of resistance are 165, which is far enough away. There's the big resistance area, 165 for Blinn. Just watching this rad to see if it can really, I might take it. If it gets back into the 1160s, I'll probably take that short. Not telling you, not telling anybody to do the same thing I'm doing. I'm just telling you what I'm looking at. Gets back in the 1160s, probably going to take that short for rad. Again, that's not advice. Okay, well, I'm going to have to put an alert here. It's sort of stuck here in the 1170s. Just want to put an alert right about here. Say 1166. Just one moment, please. Sorry about that. I was on mute. Okay, just one moment. Sorry about that. I had myself on mute when I was talking about the rad. So need a big collapser rad. Wow, look at, wow, Blinn, I mean, popped all the way up to 130. It's come right back down. Very, very, very low float. Well, Justo, he's not a guru, okay? There are no gurus in this room. JSTO 19. Well, you know what? Everybody interprets it differently, probably. Not just everybody, but I mean, it just experience, experience. Looking at charts, many, many charts. I'm just going to give Rad just a little bit longer here. I'm just watching the SPY. Hopefully it's going to help the Rad trade. Just not dynamic right now. All right, Geo, I still have this alert set down here for Geo. See if it takes it out. Man, Blinn is, it surprised me. Now the next area, if you got into this one, the next area is around 150 for the resistance. Yeah, flyer in the morning, EDNT did not hold. EDNT did not hold. Not shortable for me. Oxy, guys, continues down here. This had actually news I saw in the pre-market. URGN, but it is giving it up. I mean, this was up. I think I had some kind of FDA approval, I believe. Yeah, FDA expedited approval for whatever they do, low grade. But This did not hold. URGN did not hold. Okay, and again, guys, we don't talk about how much we made on trades, how many shares we take, okay? Just to let you know. All right, Craig, again, there's that 200-day moving average, not that far away, 334. See what it did yesterday, and it pulled all the way back. Well, I wasn't going to put this one up, but I'll put it up just for fun. I mean, it is surprising that this has not been. Yeah, I mean, look at this craziness. It's only a $7 spread. They just got halted on the way down, I think. Just waiting on this rad to see if we can get into the 50s. I think it's in my watch list. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it just triggered. It was in the watch. Well, I didn't even see it. Yeah, I mean, wow. Okay, it's a very tight stop. That's why I took 1,100 shares in the simulator. Um, well, I mean, it's got room. Obviously, it does have room. It's not a low float. You have to click on new from the toolbar, new channel bar, and then my windows, okay? But remember, this is a watch list. So, not a watch list, it's a layout. So make sure you save your layout to the cloud before you load it. Then you'll have these three windows, but I don't know what you'll see. I mean, you might see the last ones of each. Okay, you won't see the first one. Tell. And I'm going to go over all this in about 10 minutes. Why did it take 1,100 shares? Because I had a pretty tight stop, 675. There was a stop, only what, 8 cents away. So if you multiply 1,176 by 8 cents, you get approximately $100. That's what I'm, see, $97. That's what I'm risking in the simulator per trade. Just because of the position, I'm just going to flatten this out. All right, Rad looks like it might want to, not yet, get into the 50s. Well, Rad is down more than 10%, and I actually got a pretty easy fill on it. You know, a lot of times When a stock is down 10%, the uptick rule is in effect, meaning that there has to be action at the, you can't just go in at the bid and expect to get a fill immediately. There has to be some action at the ask. And then you may be in a queue of a lot of people wanting to do the same thing. So you're stuck in a queue behind a lot of other people who want to short it. So that's why it can get a little bit frustrating. In this particular case, there was no issue, for me anyway, at Interactive Brokers. I'm going to flatten out of this one too. I mean, my bias is long on that tell. Yeah, my issue with, and I wish you well. My issue with LLNW, it's getting close to that whole number. I have a real bias about taking stocks just underneath the whole number, but I wish you well. Psychological. Okay, now RAD. It's just psychological. So many people, they'll get out at a whole number. Nobody says, okay, I bought the stock at 771. I'm going to get out at 702. Most people look at the whole number. I'll get out at 7, or it's just a cycle. It's just like when you go and buy something. If you'd buy it if the price was $6.99, $6.99. If it's $7, it just like $7. It's only a penny. I'm talking about it. We go into a store. That's why the retailers do it like that. It's just psychological. All right, RAD. A little bit patience, and here we go. Now look at any guys. Now let's have to back this monthly chart out a little bit more to see what sort of resistance there could be for any. All these little guys popping here. A lot of volume coming in. Low float, another low float. Any got halted? Yes, you're right. Any did get halted. And what is it stacking up? I don't see it stacking up over the halt price yet. Stacking up meaning oh boy, this is now turning into a nice little trade, guys. If you took the RAD trade, just took its time, a little bit of time. Okay, now it's starting to stack up a little bit better. This is what I'm talking about, looking at my time and sales in, Interactive Brokers. This is Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. There it is, 118. You like to see this bid ask way above it if you're in it. All right, guys, I covered some. 1149 for the RAD in case it cannot really take out that 1150. And again, if you're in this trade, don't wait for me to tell you, what to do. I mean, you have to manage it on your own. I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'm just telling you what I'm doing. Just checking some of the other earnings plays. Oh man, okay, so these guys did the reverse split yesterday, didn't they? This was Chesapeake. Yeah, they did a 1 for 200 reverse split. Excuse me. Just got hammered yesterday, even in the reverse split. Now it is starting to try to move up. All right, SPY is, all right, go Rad, go. Now coming into maybe, let's take a look at the Rad here, coming into maybe some resistance or some support right around here, guys. So this is an area, like, in fact, it's right at a support area. Right at a support. Look at the daily chart right there. I mean, it may break through, but let me see what the low is there. The low there is 1341. Low there is 1124. Low there is 1132. Low there is, that's not a tough one, 1130. So we're right at a support area. Doesn't mean it's going to support, but just be aware of that if you're in this one. And then the 200-day is down here. That's still far enough away. That's about $1 away. Yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea on that LTRPB. No idea. All right, well maybe that's not going to hold. So now we have to deal with the whole number. All right, I covered some more, guys. I don't have very much left. I covered some more at around 11:30, so it looks like that support might hold it. So nice percentage move. And he just opened, and it opened, but it opened. Well, I guess it popped up, and now it's moving down. Yeah, I mean you can't trade this. I mean, you have to guess, and you have to make sure. You have to be awfully lucky to be on the right side of the guess, because the spread is crazy. I mean, it's going to open around $66. So anyway, yeah, Summit kind of back. No, if it gets over 5 again, I might take a look at it. This is one I was going to swing trade a couple of days ago, but it sold right off. You can see exactly what it did. Got as high as 548. I wanted it to remain up in this area. I made money on it, but I really was looking to swing trade this. Again, why? Look at the room it's got on that monthly chart. So again, guys, if you had that ruckus, if you were fortunate to get it, you can't let this thing start to slide down when it hit $31. The AI is still in it. Okay, guys, I'm all out of the rad. All out of rad. I could look at it again if it cracks 11, but I'm all out of the rad. I'm getting a little chart lag. Why is that happening? Let's do a reset. You guys getting any chart lag? Yeah, I'm getting a little bit of chart lag here. So here's another one, guys. I mean, I know it triggered. It's very close to that $3. If TAST cracks 3, BMRA, guys, look at the volume that just came in out of that consolidation on the 5-minute chart. BMRA ripping here. BMRA. And this one hit last month. It hit all the way to $23. I think they did a financing that got rid of a lot of people. BMRA just absolutely ripping here. All right, 11:34. Oh, sorry, till 11:34, 10:34. So a little bit late. So first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format every day, Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. All right, well, I'm out of it, but Rad made another new low, so I got a little jumpy on it. That's okay. I'm satisfied with the trade I made, but it is really starting to, as I said, if it takes out 11, I might get back in it. Look at BMRA. Holy smokes. That's what's happening. So again, if you're new to the room, this is the format. I'm sharing my screen live on the mic, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I also have a YouTube feed going. I moderate the YouTube feed from 9 to 12. And one of the trainers slash traders from Trade Ideas takes over from 12 to 1. And then I resume from 1 to 3. So the YouTube feed, if you just want to watch my screen and listen to me, it's a perfectly good feed to have. I mean, it is, wow, look at Rad. There's more action in the trading room in terms of other traders posting things. But again, the YouTube feed is perfectly good if all you really want to do is listen to me and watch my charts or watch the scans, etc. If you are a Trade Ideas subscriber, and this is one of the things I can do in the trading room. It's a bit more difficult for me to do in the YouTube room. But if you are a Trade Ideas subscriber and I'm sharing a lot of scans, you click on the scans tab within the trading room, scans, and here are all the scans that I'm sharing. People ask me, do I share my layout? I don't share my layout for a couple of reasons. This is from the channel bar, so I'm not sharing this as part of a layout. You know, if you want these, this is part of the channel, in my channel. Click on new. From the toolbar, new, channel bar, and then my windows. And again, it's a layout. Everything in a channel bar is a layout. Make sure you save your layout to the cloud before you do that. But if you want, say, the Momo up, Momo down, you know, everything is available here. You can also access all my scans from the Room Drive icon. Looks like a half open folder. Click on that. Scans that I share, download. Go to a Word document. You can look at all the scans later. The links I'm going to talk about, you can also download those. links like our webinar links, our training links. I'm going to go over the links right now. So if you click on links, now we'll go over the AI and Brokerage Plus. But first, I just want to talk a little bit about our training. The training is, again, as I said before, on the YouTube channel from 12 to 1, Monday to Friday. All the webinars that we have, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time, they are all archived. You should have the latest beta. If you click on that download link, wow, RAD is, looks like it could take out 11. I know Real is going to say, wish you were with me. That's okay, Real. Anyway, you click on the download link and scroll down till you see the beta, all right? And why should you have the beta? The beta will give you the similar tab in the single stock window. Also, you'll see the buy and the short buttons right on the charts, okay? So scroll down on that link till you see the beta. I do a daily video between 1:15 and 1:45 every day. You can sign up for it right there. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. And the next test drive, click on that link. We have these 4 times a year. It'll start May the 11th and run to May the 22nd. That is 10 trading days plus a couple of weekends. So if you fill this in, you'll be notified exactly the sign-up procedure. Basically, it will cost you $8.99 for those 10 trading days plus the weekend, 2 weekends, and that'll give you access to our full premium service. Also open to those of you who are standard subscribers and you want to upgrade to premium for those 10 days, you can do so. So sign up. Last one we had was in November. We had a record of over 2,000 people signing up. So we anticipate, especially with a lot of people staying at home, wanting to just see what we're all about. I'm sure we're going to get a huge turnout. So sign up now, and again, you'll be notified probably a week or 2 weeks before it actually starts on like the sign up procedure. If you click on the subscriptions tab right there within the trading room, if you look down the very bottom here, there are 4 ebooks that we have. The bottom 3 are swing trading setups. And the top one is an earnings season ebook. It's an interesting take on earnings season. These are all trade ideas, okay? These are not third parties, and they're all free. I do have a Twitter account at @bbruen44. Stocks only, nothing more than only stocks. And if you want to take out a subscription right now, there is a promo code Barry4Alpha, all in capital letters, numeric 4, of course. Instant 15% savings off the first month only, or the entire year. If you click on the subscription link, brought to this page right here, and this is how much Trade Ideas costs. Basically, we have 4 plans. We have a premium yearly, $22.68 a year minus that 15%. The standard, $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI, which gave you this trade this morning. And also, if you wanted to auto trade anything, my watch, an alert window that you create, or my alert windows, you need our premium service. You do not have to start off with a yearly plan or the premium. You can always try us out. Standard monthly is $118, less that 15%. Remember, 15, 1-5. And that discount's only good for the first month, though. Or $228, less the 15%. If you decide within 30 days you want to upgrade from standard to premium or from monthly to yearly, you can do so, and we'll honor that promo code. Well, too bad as I'm talking, I should be back in that RAD trade. I'm not, but that's okay. I'm sure a lot of people took it. Let me exit out of this. So those are the subscriptions that we do have. Now I'm going to go over the AI and Brokerage Plus. Not too many earnings plays, which is kind of interesting. Gets you to concentrate on the best ones. and obviously rad on the short. Now, the next area right there is 1037 on the 200-day moving average, or 1042. So that's getting closer and closer. So we could see a bounce, see what it does at the 200-day moving average. All right, let me talk a little bit about the AI. So at the end of today, the AI will get to work. We run through what's called, the reason we wait for the day to end is we want the latest market data. And the AI will take a look at we have about, somebody said yesterday 75. I don't believe we have 75. I think we have 50 baseline strategies that go through an optimization procedure. Basically what happens is takes a look at all the filters that are in place, maybe makes adjustments to the values within the filters, maybe takes a filter out, adds one in, runs through all 50 of those strategies. Obviously, you and I could never, ever do that. Hard enough to do one. The optimization procedure is looking for, what we're trying to do is see if we can get the profit factor and the win percentage to certain levels. Typically a profit factor of 2 and a win percentage of 60%. If that happens, once the optimization procedure is done, then those strategies make the cut and you will see them tomorrow. Now, I personally do not care about what strategies make the cut. All I care about is what alerts I get from them. There's only been one alert today. It's obviously a pretty good one. Okay, that's all I care about. So if you have our service, the premium package, you should, in my opinion, instead of going to the channel bar, new channel bar, and then the Omni channel, which you would see all three of the AI strategies or segments, I would do it this way. Click on New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. This window will pop up. If you don't see all, if you see Grail, then you're not on the latest beta. Please download the latest beta. You can do it afterwards or you can do it now. And if you just see Grail right now and you don't want to load the beta right now, then right click, segments, all. Okay, then you'll see all the alerts as they happen over the course of the day. So that's basically what the AI is all about. The AI, you get the alert, there's the entry price, there's a stop, and then I always say to people, manage the trades. In my opinion, if you had to have traded some of this out if you were in it. You cannot let it go from $31 down to $27, $4 and not get out any. All right, now let's talk about Brokerage Plus. So this is the Brokerage Plus window. To load it, and everything I'm going to say is part of our standard service until I tell you you need premium, our premium service, okay? And you can use Brokerage Plus in one of two ways right now. If you want, this is a great simulated trading platform, paper trading, okay? And so if you're a new trader, you can absolutely use this to practice trading. If you have an interactive broker's account, you can use it to trade your account. It's the only brokerage platform we work with right now. We're looking to add some more, but I cannot tell you when. We're very close to E-Trade, but I cannot tell you when that's going to happen. So what I do all day long is I demonstrate the simulator in action all day long. So in its very simplest format, you click on, first of all, you click on from the toolbar, New, Brokerage Plus, the window will pop up. Here are all, if you right click on one of the column headers, and then you'll click on columns, here are all the columns that you can have. Okay, these are the columns I use. These are the tabs within Brokerage Plus. If you click on New within Brokerage Plus, here are the tabs you can have. These are the ones I use. I think I have them all loaded. So in its simplest way to use Brokerage Plus, in its most manual way, you click on an alert. Let's click on IEA as an example. You click on IEA, and the symbol shows up. And look at hey, I'm just looking at the SPY here. Okay, nice little pot for the SPY. The symbol shows up. You pick how many shares you want to trade. You pick the price you want to get in at. If you're shorting, you sell. If you're going long, you buy. Okay, in a very, very simple way to use it. These are hotkeys that gets you out of your position. Flatten, like selling, gets you out of half your position. Doubles your position. Reverse. So if you were long, you want to go short. Short, you want to go long. Reverse your position. That's the very, very simple way to use Brokerage Plus, okay? Now, you can also set up what we call one-click trading. So let's just say you click on this alert, IEA, and you like what you see. So you go back to it and you right-click. I'll do it up here just because, a lot of people may not be able to, or not seeing the bottom left of my screen. So I'll do it up here. Let's just say you wanted to trade TAST, T-A-S-T. So you look at the chart, you like what you see, you go back, right click, hover over trade, and this box will pop up. Now, I believe we've created some defaults for you. These are buying and shorting options that you can use to trade. You just pick how you want to trade it. When you click on it, it'll trade it automatically. Now I'll show you how you can set that up. So you have to have the strategies tab. So you click on the strategies tab. You'll see here are my long and short strategies right there. And to create your own, you would just right click, new trading strategy, give it a name. And here within these tabs, you can fill in as much information as you want, okay? I'm going to go over I'm going to show you one of the ones that I use. So I'm going to look at the chart long $100 risk. That's what I've named it. So why have I named it that? Well, you notice I have a buy button on the chart. If I want to trade right from the chart, use that buy button right on the chart. Basically what I do is I designate one of my long strategies as the way I want to trade using the buy button. How do I do that? Is I pick one of them and I check default chart long strategy. Okay, now what is that strategy? So if I right click, edit the trading strategy. I do not have an entry time because this is basically, I'm doing this in a discretionary basis, so I don't have an entry time. If I showed you my watch list, you would see the slider was at 9:45. That's why things get delayed to 9:45. You won't see anything in this watch list until 9:45. Now, order details and risk management work hand in hand. So I encourage you, and this is how you automatically get share sized. What I was saying is, well, how did it know to take that number of shares automatically? Well, I encourage you to get used to the concept of using a stop loss. This is a drop-down menu based on a stop loss. Remember, I've been saying what I'm doing in the simulator is I'm trying to risk only $100 a trade. So if the trade goes against me, I want to only try to lose no more than $100. Risk management. I'm using this filter. This is another drop down. I use the filter. I know I keep saying this. Hopefully this is going to be added. You'll be able to use this. This is a custom stop that I'm using, the VWAP stop. You'll see it right there. Okay. But if you're paper trading, why don't you just, you can try the smart stop in dollars. Okay. I'm using a target. I don't use a target in anything, but people have asked me, well, can you put a target? So I've got a 50-cent target. So in other words, if I get into the trade, I'm going to show you how that works. If I just let the trade run, say I got in a trade at $3 and it hit $3.50, it would automatically take me out of the trade for a profit. Okay. So that's what that offset, 50-cent offset does. So let me show you how that would work, taking a trade right on the chart. See if I can find a good one. No, look at the BMRA all the way up to 1150 down to 910. Yeah, this is creep down though. If I'm watching this, Just one moment, please. One moment. Okay, I'm just trying to find one that, not that it really matters, because I'm just trying to demonstrate this. Okay, you know what? I'll take this trade, this PDSB. Let's just see if it, this is just to demonstrate how it all works. So I'm going to use the buy button right on the chart. Remember, I've designated this one, chart long $100 risk, as my default chart long strategy. That's how I want to trade it if I hit the buy button. So I'm going to hit the buy, click on the buy button, big arrow. I'm going to drop it basically right to the price. See if it takes the trade. There, it took the trade. Okay. So it took the trade, 227 shares. Why? If I, 147 minus 102 times 227 should give me approximately $100. So you see right there, there's the stop. And you see it says minus $101 right there. So if I allowed it to go right to the stop, it would execute the trade at 102 and I'd lose $101, okay? Now, right on, and you'll notice up here, there's about 50 cents above where I took the trade. So if it got up to 196, it would take me out and I'd make $112, okay? That's if I let everything run automatically. Now, right on the chart, let's say I don't like that stop. So I can, or I can use it as a trailing stop. In other words, let's say the trade really starts to work for me. I can start to move this stop up. In fact, I'll move it up right now. I'll move it up to 227, right at the bottom of that 15-minute candle, right there, okay? So I've moved the stop up. Also, let's just say, again, the trade started working and it started getting close to $1.96. I still like the pattern it was in. I could always move that target up, just right on the chart, just move it up. Or I could move it down. You know, if I thought, yeah, I want to get out of it now, I just could move it down and it'd take me out of the trade. So that's how you can use the chart trading. Very easy, just drop it and let it run. So everything I've just said is part of the standard service. Here is when you would need our premium service. And by the way, RAD didn't quite get down to the 200-day. Close, so let me just see. Remember I was saying it could bounce? Very close to that 200-day moving average. Let it get down to about 1050 or so, and there it is, 1042, and then it bounced. So here's where you need our premium service. If you wanted to auto trade your alert windows, if you wanted to auto trade my alert windows that you see here, okay, but you could create your own, of course. If you wanted to auto trade them, then you need our premium service. How would you do that? Well, of course, you have to have your strategy loaded. So if you created an alert window that you wanted to auto trade, then you would just right click and then save it to the cloud. Okay, you would just save it. Save to the cloud, all right? And then you would right click, load from the cloud, and you would see it. There's Momo up right there, okay? And you would just load it, and then it would appear right there. Now, the next step is you turn the strategy on. So at the beginning of every trading day, you pick the strategies you want to auto trade. Right click, see where it's checked strategy enabled. If I uncheck it, it turns it off. So that's why these are automatically taking these trades. And for that, you need our premium service. If you want to automatically take the AI trades, you need our premium service. Plus, you have to buy Brokerage Plus. It's a one-time licensing fee for $1,100 minus the promotion, which right now is 15%. One time, meaning that if you decide you want to stop trading for a while for whatever reason, and then you unsubscribe from us and then you come back, Brokerage Plus is still waiting for you. One moment, please. My music just stopped. I'm going to have to ask somebody who's more technically astute than I am why that happens. This is Bluetooth. Okay. So, I just want to sum up. If you do not care about auto trading anything, then all you need is our standard service. Everything I went over, simulated trading, using interactive brokers if you have an IB account, okay? That is all part of the standard service. If you want to auto trade, maybe my alert windows or an alert window that you create, you need our premium service. And of course, you need our premium service if you want to see the AI alerts. Okay, that's another reason why. But then if you also want to auto trade the AI alerts, then you need premium service plus you have to buy Brokers Plus, one-time licensing fee. Okay? Repeat the auto trade with the alert. Okay, so from where? The whole thing or? All right, guys, Semi is starting to work now. Okay, so right from the top, you have to have a strategy loaded. All right, you have to have a strategy loaded. That's the first step, okay? You have trade ideas. I'm assuming, Walter, you have trade ideas? And let's take this off topic, please, all right? Try to keep the stocks only just for stocks. And so just, we'll resume this and off topic, okay, Walter? Okay, so if you have trade ideas, then what you have to do then, you have to create your alert window. Or you can, if you wanted to, you could, if you wanted to auto trade my windows, I mean, you can do that. You have to load the windows first from the channel bar, new channel bar. Click on my windows. Remember, it's a layout, guys. I know I keep saying that, but you know, we get people saying, "Hey, I lost my layout and I didn't save my layout before," and they're all upset because they spent a lot of time creating their own little custom layout and they didn't save it. So, I know I sort of nag at people, but please make sure you save your layout to the cloud before you click on anything in a channel bar, because these are layouts. So you can then save these to the cloud, and then you can load them. Okay, file, load from cloud. You'll see them, and then just load. So are you with me so far, Walter? Want to make sure I'm not going too fast for you. You're understanding? Because if the fact that you've asked it, I'm sure other people are wondering also still. So just want to make sure you have to say yes or no if you're following along. But okay, please take it off topic. Okay, go to the off topic tab, please, Walter. Okay. Well, you don't have to say okay in the stocks only. Go to the off topic tab, please. uh, Not that hard, guys. I mean, I've got these tabs, for a reason. Stocks only. That's stocks only. We're only talking about stocks specifically. This is off topic. And if you had a tech question, which I'll try, I can, maybe answer. If I can, I'll send you to our tech support. Okay, so was that yes? Was that yes that you were following along and now you have loaded a strategy? You have to have the strategies tab open. Click on the strategies tab. I'm just waiting for you to say yes in the off topic before I continue, Walter. Okay. No, don't do that to me, William. Okay, so you've got your strategy loaded. So it's either a long or a short. So you've got it loaded. Now the next step is you have to create your strategy, within it. Like, and I can't tell you how you want to trade it, but this is your, you have to edit the trading strategy, create how you want to trade, the order details. I've covered this. I think you should get used to the idea of risking a certain amount per trade. And of course, that is going to be should have a correlation, of course, to your account. Even if you're using the simulator, don't risk $1,000 a trade if you have a $5,000 account. So I'm risking $100 in the simulator, and then this risk management. This is a big drop-down menu. This is a drop-down filter. This is a drop-down. This VWAP is not available to you yet, but you can try, especially if you're going to simulate it. If you're going to simulate simulation trade, you can try the Smart Stop in dollars. But it's up to you. I mean, I'm not telling you how to do all this. This is going to be up to you to create your own little trading plan. Once you've done that, then you turn the strategies on. Right-click, strategies enabled. This is just a toggle on and off, so I've checked it. That's why they're auto trading. So you pick the strategies that you want to auto trade, and that's it. And then as the alerts come in, they'll automatically take the trades. So I would encourage you to, before you actually start trading if you have an Interactive Brokers account, practice, okay, in the simulator. Okay, so I'm just seeing a post in the YouTube account. This is the problem I have. Okay, I cannot share my layout. I don't have a layout to share, but it's not because I don't want to. It's hard for me to share in the YouTube account all the scans. If you wanted to come, I'll give you the link for the trading room. You can come in and then I can share all the scans with you. I've tried this once. I've tried to post everything in the YouTube, but it doesn't work very well. It's just not conducive. So this is a link for the trading room. And then I can start to share, all the scans that I've got, okay? Pam, I guess you're not in the room anymore, okay? Because I have the email for you if you want to contact the developer of the room. Okay, so Pam, off topic. So let me see. I posted it above here, I think. I just have to find it. Okay, I'm just going to post it where you said okay. I'm just going to post it again, all right? Just have to find it. How many browser windows open? Where are you? There you are. Okay. Okay, this is what he said to do. Okay, guys. Well, I've only taken the one trade. Just the RAD trade. Now, one of the things I like to do, again, if you were using our simulator, You know, treat it like it's your real money. Don't just play around. Oh, I'll take this one, I'll take that one. And, you know, treat it like it is your real money, all right? So one of the things I like to do is I like to have this max P&L column. You know, and all these columns, if you right click on any one of those headers, just click on columns and you can find it. You don't have to have it, but that's what I like to do. The reason I like to do that is that I can see this is the maximum profit I would have made in this trade had I got in right at the top. I'm not saying that, you know, that's something you can do, but what I like to see is, okay, let's say I get out of this trade right now, this semi. I mean, at one point I was up $52. So right now I'm down $4. That's, you know, nothing, that's not terrible. But now I'm down 26. So I've allowed a $52 gain. You know, there's a 70 odd dollar swing right there. Okay. Sometimes it's, if you're not paying attention, I mean, I've seen, and I can't pay attention, I'm doing a lot of other things. You know, I've seen, you know, a profit of 150 turn into a $100 loss. You know, you can't do that. You have to be managing the trade as you see it. The other thing I like to see is this closed P&L. No, that's wrong. I think I might have a column that I'm missing. Oh, no, it's max P&L. So look at NLS. You see where it says max P&L, it says 0? That means from the alert at 550, that didn't even get a penny above it. Didn't even get to 551 when I see that 0. So that gives me pause, you know, I have to say, okay, maybe I shouldn't be in this. You know, maybe not give it, I'm not going to necessarily wait for it to hit the stop. Of course, I can, right on the chart, I can move the stop wherever I want. Don't have to allow myself to get stopped out. So again, this is, you know, definitely manage the trades. Get used to the idea of managing the trades. As opposed to just letting the system automatically take you out. Boy, the SPY is a nice rip here. Nice little rip going positive. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's an hour, almost an hour's worth. Another 6 minutes for this candle to close. Yeah. So if you come into the room, I'm sorry, I might butcher how to pronounce your name, Sasha. If you come into the room, I can share a lot of stuff with you. Okay. Excellent. Okay, so now, if you click on the Scans tab, here are all the scans that I'm sharing, okay? So that's why I don't have a layout that I'm sharing so much, you know, but you can pick and choose. There's the Momo up, well, Momo up, Momo down, you know, I mean, it's here, you just have to find it. And if you're looking for these three, you have to download, you have to look at my channel. New channel, Barry, and you've heard me say, please make sure you save your layout to the cloud first before you download it. So everything is available there, or, oops. Just give me a second here. Or you can click on, you see that icon up here? It's called Room Drive, looks like a half open folder. If you click on that, scans that I share, you can download, and all those scans are there also. It'll go to a Word document, so you can take a look at them later on at your leisure, okay? All right, Fred, I see your comment about the IFRX. That was from yesterday too, wasn't it? Well, for me, this would have to probably take out 575 right there. And it's not that far away. Takes that out, then it definitely has some room. So I'm just following somebody from the YouTube feed. That's Fred. THMO might be setting up for another little run, guys. The low float situation, 4.4 million in the float, had a pretty, an eye-catching, what I call an eye-catching press release this morning. FDA received FDA approval, allowing them to distribute their fast detection kit. Sort of received acknowledgement letter, allowing their antibody fast detection kit for distribution. So, yeah, look at Tesla. Holy smokes! Sure, why not 1,500? Oops. Okay, let me talk a little bit about the Similar tab now, all right? If you don't have the Similar tab, please make sure you download the latest beta. I should get out of this. Okay, remember, this was just a demonstration of how to use the buy button on the chart. Not that I necessarily would have taken that, well, I wouldn't have taken that trade. I just wanted to demonstrate. So here's the Similar tab. Now again, if you don't have that Similar tab in the single stock window, please download the latest beta. Okay, just click on from the subscriptions tab, download TI Pro or beta. Be brought to the download page, scroll until you see the beta, okay? Now this is how I am using it. So I have my single stock window, and if you don't have that up, just click new, single stock window, all right? Now these are the filters I'm using. There's probably a default that, but you can have different filters in here. These are just filters from our filter list. Right click, configure, columns, and see here are all the filters, okay? So you can create your own. This is just what I like to use. So what I do is I click on Similar and then I duplicate the window twice. And you notice there are two here, competitors. In fact, let me just get to this one right there. Competitors, I'm not using price action, just competitors, okay? I select competitors here and here. So what this is doing, and I sort on the change from the close column. So I see the ones that are up the most, and that's why I have this duplicated. I want to, at a glance, I want to see the ones that are down the most. And this is showing me stocks in the same sector. This is the pharmaceutical preparation market or manufacturing. So these are all stocks in that sector. So you can see, so you click on an alert and you just see, okay, this is this ruckus, this is up. I wonder what else is happening in that sector. And which ones are the worst ones in the sector. That's why I like to have them both up. So at a glance, I can see the best ones and the worst ones in a given sector. Now, let me just see if this is starting to... yeah, you see, I'm still waiting. I thought it was going to happen by now, but I'm still waiting for a minimum volume here. We need a minimum volume of at least 100,000 shares. We don't want to see things that are, trading like 39,000 shares. Okay, so this is fairly recent, a recent addition. It'll only get better. Okay, the more filters we can add. But right now, it's a very cool. A lot of people want to follow. And just interrupted myself. Let's just say you wanted to follow this sector all day long. Obviously a pretty dynamic sector. with what's going on. So you just all you have to do is you just pop it out. Right click, pop it out. Here it is. Now it's a top list that you can start to add all sorts of filters. Maybe there's a price range you want to look at. You can add a price range, you can add the minimum volume, you can add as many filters as you want to really narrow it down within the sector of the interesting plays. And so you can pop it out and then just watch it all day long. Tomorrow, maybe who knows? Maybe the airlines are ripping higher or doing something. So you pop out the airline top list. So it's very flexible. All right, I haven't been able to follow any news, but was there some news about energy by any chance? I'm noticing, like for instance, Oxy is popping here. Was there any energy news? Energy over 20 now, maybe? 2021, so it's at least over 20. Again, psychological. All right, guys. Again, now listen. There might be a red bar ignored forming on RAD. Might be a red bar ignored right there. What's the high right there? The high is 1112, and the high right there, yes. Okay, guys, this is a red bar ignored for RAD. So what do we mean by that? So if you look at, there's a green candle and there's a red candle. That red candle is totally engulfed by that green candle. And then the next candle is green, moving above the high of that price, which is about 1114. This could signify, but it's a weak stock. I mean, that's the only problem. In something like this, I think I'd rather see at least two green candles, because the theory being is that maybe this is just a pause in the uptrend that's happening, and just a pause here with that red candle, and the uptrend will continue. But remember, this is a very weak stock. So, I mean, is this really a trend? Now, maybe it's rallying with the market, though, too. I mean, it might be just, might start to follow the market a little bit. Though it is an earnings play, so it's basically trading on its own. But that is the theory behind the red bar ignored. And of course, green bar ignored is just the reverse. You've got a downtrend and then a green bar totally engulfed by the previous red candle. And then the next candle after that green bar would be red. So in other words, just a pause in the trend. It's basically what this is all about. It's just maybe a pause in the trend. Sticking a little around 1129. I mean, again, this is very weak. So that's the issue. I usually like to see at least two candles. One candle does not a trend make, but I don't know if it's, I wouldn't call this sideways. I wouldn't call that move to me is not a sideways move. No, it's hard for me to even talk about this one, but you guys noticed that one was halted again on the way up. Unbelievable. Why don't they just put a halt to this thing? Or maybe it was on the way down. I don't know. LTRPB. Crazy. Look how many halt resumes there have been. All right, guys, listen. And this is look. You got to really pay attention. But I did end up taking that THMO. Okay, there's the rad, guys. I mean, listen. If the market's moving, this might. Okay, just a minute. See what's going on downstairs. Just a minute. Working from home. Okay, so luckily, the THMO, guys, I mean, you got to be very careful on it, okay? I'm out of it. It was a quick scalp. But I do, I mean, if this can get above, say, that 740 level, I might take it again. But that's just very quick. Now, the RAD, yep, could be a lot worse. I'm just watching RAD right here. I probably. Yeah, I may just leave it alone. I mean, I'm seeing some topping tails now on the SPY too. Well, maybe not. It's hard. 11:25, so that still has 5 minutes to close. All right, guys. So one of the things I like to do with the watch list up and down, again, it's a watch list. I mean, that's why I name it watch list. It's not just, all about auto trading the entries and all. It can be good to watch all day long. So one of the things is that the way I've organized this is that you'll only see the alert one time. Notice here, this I call this repeating. You'll see the alert over and over again as stocks make new highs and new lows. All right. Here, I only see it the very first time it triggered. So that was at 10:15. And the price was 676. What did it do from there? Well, it got up to 7, not bad, but this could still. Yeah, I'm not in this anymore, unfortunately. This has just got a little too whippy for me. But there is the THMO. So what you can do is kind of go back and say, okay, there was the first alert. There's a time. What happened? What happened right after that? And is there still maybe a setup? Maybe it didn't move very much. What did I say about the taste? I think it has to take out 3. Look what it did in the pre-market. It got right up to 298. I think if it takes out 3, though, it definitely has some room. Semi, the same thing. There it was, 1283. It's still there. It's just struggling to get through that. I mean, it did briefly get through that whole number, 1322, but it pulled back. Maybe it takes it out again. I mean, it still has a ton of room. So this is why I'm saying it's a good watch list to follow all day long. You know, the NLS, maybe if it gets back up, I think 550 is a stumbling block for it. Obviously, the RAD was tremendous, 1178 all the way down to 1048. There's about $1.30. The TEL was probably modest. Yeah, it didn't really move very much. But that's why I like to organize it like this. Here, you will see the alerts over and over again. All right, guys, I'm just going to take a break for about... Well, the only way, Daniel, that they'll get stopped out. I mean, I manage the trades, okay, in the simulator. Okay, I am actually taking the trades out manually. If I didn't do that, okay, if I didn't do that, then it would take at wherever the stop is. If I just let it run and I didn't do it manually, then it would take me. So right there, 150. Okay, for the TEL. If I let that run, the stop was. I can't see it anymore. I think it was around $1.65. I just can't. Is it maybe a dollar? See, I guess unfortunately, when I get out of the trade, I've manually got out of the trade. It erases the stop. However, let me just go back here in the TEL. Okay, there you are. 169, okay? So there was the stop for TEL. If I just wanted to let it do it automatically with the TEL and didn't take it out manually, well, it's not on my chart anymore. I don't see it on the chart. I think it disappears. I'm not seeing it. But anyway, if I just wanted to let it run manually, then it would take me out at 169. Exactly. My exits, I don't like the idea of letting the system. I mean, first of all, why would I do that? Why would I let's just say this is it at 150, okay? And I'm shorting this at 150. And I'm starting to, it gets to 155. The stop was at 169. I don't like the way it's trading. It starts to move, market's moving higher. I don't like the way it's trading. I would get out of that earlier than allowing the stop. It's not unlike with the AI. You'll notice that one of the ways that the AI gets out of a trade, it's not here, is a, what's it called? Help me. It's the, it gets out ahead of the stop. I just can't even remember what it's called anymore. It doesn't like the way it's trading. So, and it's starting to move, getting closer to the stop, but it gets out ahead of the stop. Just like in what I think, no, that's not profit save. It's the other one. Profit save, in theory, is supposed to be that if the stock, if the trade worked, and now it's starting to come back down to your entry, reduce risk. Thank you. I don't even look at them anymore. So that's what I call it, reduce risk. So instead of letting myself be actually waiting for me to be stopped out, I don't like the way it's trading. I just get out earlier than the actual stop. And that's how I manage it. Well, again, if I were really paying attention, that's how I'd be managing the trades. You could do the same with the AI. Yes, just move the stop. You know, because it's right on the chart. You'll see it right on the chart. You could just move it right on the chart to another area. Guys, I have to take about a 2-3 minute break. Okay, I'll be right back though. Maybe back about 11:35. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, I was on mute. Okay, Geo. I see Geo just triggered. Okay, let's see if Geo. So after that pull up, move down. What's the market doing? Market's pretty. I wonder if it's just tracking the market a little too closely. Okay, guys, so I'll be taking my break in about 20 minutes, handing over the YouTube feed to another trader. Yeah, I did see you're talking about PULM. It had a nice pop. A little bit, well, maybe not as choppy as I thought it would be, but you guys remember way back in 2018. Let me back this out a little bit more even. In fact, not 2017. Got all the way up to $70. Now, this is adjusted for a reverse split, I'm sure. Did not really get up to 70. But that would be with the split. But that was a crazy one for a couple of days. Don't you hear that in the background? All right, I cannot resist. Just a minute. All right, guys. Well, you know that I cannot display the AI alerts, but obviously there is one that I'm very interested in and am interested in, and. In fact, that is something. Rad on the move, guys. So that might that red bar ignored might give us a little bit of a trade. So okay, I am in that one from the AI. Okay, you probably again, it's the one that is at 11:33, the 11:33 alert, not right at the alert price. And why I do it this way is, again, it's not fair to those of you who pay for the premium service. If I'm going to display the trade, so what I do is I basically say, hey, I'm interested in this one, and give you the time. There's only the one at that time. And I'm not saying that you guys should do the same thing. I'm just telling you what I've done. PLT, that was sort of an earnings play yesterday. I call it this. Ooh, so this is on the way down. Yeah, that one got awfully spready. Just waiting to see if that bid can catch up to the ask for that one, the 11:33 alert, time wise, Eastern time. Do not like it when that happens. Yeah, this one is active again. I'm just following some of the things they're looking in YouTube. Wow, that's very active again. RVP, low float, 5.7 million in the float. Actually, they have earnings on the 17th after hours. Oh, well, no, it says market hours. Hard for me to believe that. Let me just see where they're out of. Now, they're out of the States, so very rare that does a company release earnings during market hours. There are two. It probably means you don't have. No, they're both Neo though. There are two. There's one that came right at 11:33. Then load it again or reset connection. Go to account, reset connection. Okay, the bid did catch up. Yeah. If your trades are 50-50, yeah, go for it. Ah, I took my eyes off that. I don't like the way this is trading at all. This spread. I'm going to give it one more shot. I don't know how to answer that. I mean, I'm out of virtually every day. I'm out of everything by the end of the day. But many people in the room swing overnight as well. It's in this market environment, it's can be pretty dicey. Never know what's going to happen overnight. I think a lot of people are a little bit leery of doing it, but if the trade is working by the end of the day, and there's a lot of what I call room on the monthly and the daily and the weekly chart, you can make up your mind if you want to hold it or not. The other thing is that depending on the sector you're in, if you're going to try to swing these little virus plays, I mean, that can be very, very risky, of course. Energy plays can be risky. You never know what's going to happen overnight regarding the price of oil and what's happening. So I'm not trying to dissuade you from swinging, but, just recognize that right now, a lot of things can happen, and a lot of them are not good. Yeah, I mean, listen, you picked the right one, absolutely. I mean, NLS, I talked about this one. NLS was a great one. I talked about this one, right here, I think on that day right there as a potential swing trade. It made sense. See, somebody shorted CHK. It's still not available to short at Interactive Brokers. I mean, they did the reverse split yesterday. Typically, takes a while for most brokers anyway to have to allow you to short something that's done a reverse split, especially it's a 200, a 1 to 200 reverse split. Yeah, dries. All right, just kind of watching some of the early alerts from the watch list. Not that active right now, which is okay. I don't like to see a lot of alerts. The whole idea of the watch list is, especially for new traders and anybody even new to trade ideas, is just to get you to focus on a very few symbols all day long. I'm afraid to look at Zoom. Oh, okay. I thought it was going to be about 200 now. Yeah, okay. Well, I'm only going to give this 11:33 AI alert a little bit longer. Just do not like the way the spread opens up. Doesn't look like RAD is going to really pop here. It was a very modest move off that red bar ignored. Well, hopefully you've got a stop. Where's your stop on that Zoom short? This has been a pretty choppy, but it is starting to move up on earnings. Bed Bath and Beyond been pretty choppy. Oh dear. All right, guys, I'm getting set to take my break. So I'm going to I'm going to hand over the YouTube feed around 11:59, but I'm going to put the announcement in here first. And I'll take a break till about 12:30. Yeah, well, that'll do it. If you only have a few shares, you can have a very wide stop. You know, if I drop $50 for you, there's $500. Hello, Mr. King. All right, guys, so things have really slowed down for me here. I'm not getting any more alerts. Excellent. Okay, welcome. Bed Bath & Beyond, guys, is definitely having a nice little move now. Okay, well, if you have, you say you just bought a subscription, so load the chart. You know how to load a chart? You're on a Mac. Oh, there's Amazon. Wow. Let's see. So you're using the web version, right? The web-based version. Okay. Just give me a second here. I haven't used the web-based version for a while. Let me just log in. Okay, so so you want to see an Amazon chart, just click on new and then chart. Okay? And then you just have to start typing. Okay, and there's your Amazon chart. Okay, as an example. What a run it's had. Yeah, 2,000 to 2,400, 2,500. Nice. Okay? Sure. I mean, just go to new and then chart. And then when you do that, chart, the chart will pop up and then you can pick the time frame you want. You know, right click once you're in the chart. Now it'll load when you load a chart. It might default to, I don't know, the SPY or something like that. Just have to left click on the chart and then just start typing. If you left click on the chart, just so the Trader Ideas knows you want to be in this chart, and then just start typing, and then you should see the change symbol box pop up, and then so all you have to do is just type in Amazon and then click change or enter. I think probably enter works on your keyboard. Yeah. And then to get different time frames, right click in the chart and time frames. Here are all the time frames you have. Okay? Definitely on volume, not news. Not news. I mean, really, to be honest, what we say all the time, you see a volume pop, all right? Normally, there might be some news associated with it already. So, I mean, but certainly on volume. I mean, this is what this momentum window is all about. If I look at the summary, so the volume in the last minute is at least 1,500% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal. So that's why, these things pop into this window. So that is a volume alert. Many times, if you get the alert and you check and there might be some news immediately, but a lot of times the news has already happened. Maybe in the pre-market. Now, for whatever reason, traders are getting involved in it. Okay, guys, let's see, I could pop that in here. Okay, trader, yes, I can. That's easy enough for me to do. It's just one link. Okay. Just give me a second here. I know, Jamie, you're going to want, okay, just give me a second here. Okay, there it is, all right? And Jamie is going to start the countdown. I don't know, I saw SMH is up. Okay, just hold on, Jamie. Let me get your... Okay, yeah, I'm ready. I see 3. You can go to 2. Okay, I see 3 again. 2. 1. Okay, I've just... You can go to 2. Okay, I see 3 again. 2. 1. Okay.
Okay, hey, I just realized I was talking into a muted microphone, everybody. Welcome to the live support session. I'm Jamie Hodge. I'll be hosting this session today. Hey, what's up, Mike? So I was just about to say, could somebody let me know that they could see my screen and hear me okay? But it appears to be the case. Yeah, Trader, is it possible? Let's see. Was that in reference to Barry, or is what possible exactly? All right, I've got a finicky mute button here, but hopefully it's going to cooperate now. Momo scanner for the pre-market. Well, the closest thing we're going to have is going to be from the pre-market channel. So let me just do something real quick here. Let me pin this window so I don't have to keep fetching it because we're going to take a peek at it here in a moment. But as far as pre-market goes, a lot of our filters and alerts do not function pre-market, but some do. So, the one that I shared just now, well, that was Barry. I just took over. So as far as pre-market goes, if Barry had one that was pre-market and he dropped the cloud link in there, then yeah, I see the cloud link that Barry dropped. If you scroll up, okay, so that's the one that you were searching for, yes? Yeah, because I see the cloud link that Barry dropped. I tell you what, let me just I'll pop it open here and we'll take a look just to make sure it's the right thing. So this guy here, right? Now the question was pre-market. I see the time column. Let's take a peek here. We'll just review the history for today. All right, so we can see here this one does not start until the market opens. I'm not seeing any pre-market activity. Right, so getting back around to what I was about to say, pre-market activity, this pre-market movers window right here, which is in the pre-market channel, is a multi-strategy window, and we can see all of the guys in here, okay? All of the strategies in here. So if you go to the pre-market channel and you want to archive this window here, because this is configured to show you things that are actually moving around with high relative volume, things hitting pre-market lows, pre-market highs, things moving up in the pre-market. So once you cruise on over to the pre-market channel, all you have to do to make this one, well, to save this one into your cloud is right click and just give it the old cloud save. Okay. That way when we come back to our default layout, when we want to find that guy, we just say File, Load from Cloud, and you'll see it right at the top here, Pre-Market Movers, load it up. Now I can park it wherever I'd like it to live in my default layout. And just quick tip here, once you do this and you find a home for it, just go back and save your default layout. That way it'll pop back up each and every time for you. So Trader, hopefully that makes sense. Let me know if you have any other questions about that process. All right, so we got a nice little crowd in here. Well, the one that Barry sent over is not going to function on the pre-market. The one that I just showed you is going to function in the pre-market because it's designed with the filters and alerts that actually report pre-market. Yeah, No problem. Hopefully that makes sense. All right, so let's see here. Where did I put my top list there? There we go. Okay. So while we're waiting for any questions to roll in, and by all means, if you have any questions whatsoever about anything TI related, don't hesitate to get it out here. That's what we're here for. Um, let's just take a look at the broader indexes here. Had a little bit of a gap up today, retraced back down to this level here, towards the bottom of this range that's starting to form as we kind of meander along sideways on the SPY. So a nice little bounce off the bottom. The SPY has reclaimed this 10-period fast line on the intraday chart on the 15-minute candle. So bears were a little disappointed today. Got a little bit of action, but not a whole lot of follow through. But the big news is the Qs. The Qs are just saying, you know what, everything's hunky-dory. If you take note of the pinkish line up here, that is the 50 period, which the SPY a few days ago closed above it and is maintaining that level. So definitely the Qs kind of bringing the SPY up along with it. All right. Insaniac. How do I get all the screens to pop back up when enlarged after having minimized or clicked off the screen? Okay, so check out what I do here with the toolbar. Okay, here's my toolbar. If I minimize it, boom, everything goes away. Then all I have to do is find my toolbar again, click on it from the toolbar downstairs, and everything pops right back up. So if you minimize the toolbar, it's going to minimize all your windows. Okay, I'll do that one more time. To find it, we come down here, find the TI icon, scroll up here to the toolbar selection at the top, and boom, everything comes right back up. And Anna, how do I build my channel? Okay, well, basically your channel, look at channel as being synonymous with a layout, which is just, you know, a collection of windows. So this is one of my monitors. You can't see the other one to the right now, but all the windows on my screen are my layout. Okay, we could also call that a channel. Now, saving a layout in a channel is very easy, and there's a couple of different methodologies to do that. So when you get all the windows on your layout or channel that you'd like, you have two different options to save your layout. Or you can save a channel as well, and I'll kind of quickly just walk through all the options here. The old school way is to come over here to File and say Save Layout. Okay, this was the very first way we devised the system here. And this is just going to save your layouts, and you can save as many as you want here by renaming them. It's going to save right to your hard drive. Okay, now we also have Save or Share to Cloud. So I clicked Save to Cloud, and I could easily say, well, I'd click this button here, Entire Layout, and then I would name the layout right here and save it to my cloud. So we can save to the local hard drive, we can save to the cloud as well. Now up here, you'll notice I've got my custom channel. And I haven't updated this one in a while, so let's just see what happens when I click on it. Okay, very similar to what I just had, but a few details out of place. So now I'm going to pull one of these, right? So if I go back to my toolbar, I'll load back up my initial default layout, as you can see down here. And let's say I wanted to program this little guy up here with my current layout that you see here. All right. So first and foremost, what I would do is I would make sure that it's saved to the cloud. And I would say Save Entire Layout. If you want the previous layout to be erased before the new one opens up, you would leave this box checked. And I'll just say New Channel Cloud Link. I'll save it as that. So then I can say Save or Save and Share. I want to get access to that link to update my channel up here. So I'm going to say Save and Share. I'm going to copy this brand new cloud link. Boom. Now I'm going to come up here and hit the little gear icon up here. I'm going to say Edit Channels. I click here. Well, there we go. Then I say edit channel. This is my old cloud link. I'm going to get rid of it. I'm going to paste in the new cloud link that I just saved. Then I'm going to click OK. And then I hit apply. And now, whether I go File, Load Layout the old-fashioned way, or whether I just click up here, it's going to open up just like I like it with my current layout in place, but technically saved as my own custom channel up here. So Anna, hopefully that sheds a little bit of light on the different ways that you can save your layout, hard drive to the cloud, and then you can also program your own custom channel up here as well. All right, so Insaniac, you're saying when you minimize the toolbar, it does not minimize everything, is that right? So when you do this, do the windows all go away? Okay, so when you minimize your toolbar, what happens? Does just the toolbar get minimized, or do you get any type of action out there? Yes, Otto. Anybody that wants to give me a thumbs up, feel free to do that. Sure. Okay, so when you minimize, it works, right? And then once you do that and you come down to your toolbar and you hover over the TI icon, you have to go up here and click on the, you got to make sure you're clicking on the toolbar as opposed to an individual window. And how I got all these price alert windows up here, I have no idea. But I need to do a little house cleaning on that. I'm not going to bother with that right now, but must have pinned it and forgot about it. So Insaniac, just make sure when you want to bring the windows back up, that you're finding the one at the very top to click back on and see if that works. All right, Damien, single stock window question. What does the average true range represent? Okay. Do I have it on mine? Well, it doesn't really matter. I can show you what that filter does, what it is. And this is a good time to show anytime we want the definition of a filter or an alert. Once we find it via the search tab here within configure, that's whether it's in a top list or an alert window. We click here, we say help, and then we go right to the help section. And it's going to show us here. Matter of fact, let me do this. It's going to give you the exact definition here. So basically what the average range is for a stock, that's what the average true range is. Try to, figure out how much it's going to move. If I add the filter here, we could play around with some of the settings here. So keep in mind this is the dollar version of it. So if we just pop a quarter in here and we say in any given session, the average true range, the stock's going to move at least 25 cents. If we want to find things that we hope are going to move, if you find a stock that says average true range of 5 cents, that tells you, well, we're probably not going to get a lot of play out of this stock on any given session. So if you're wanting to find the more volatile stocks, you would increase the minimum value here. And let me find something here. So for example, here's a top list that's been pretty interesting as of late. The 10-period average over here being represented on the daily by the green line here. And looking for things in this iteration of this window that are significantly above the 10 period here. And we're stating they have to be a minimum of 2% above that, because we all know that we haven't been in the strongest of market conditions as of late. Although the market hasn't been showing a whole lot of aggressive downside, it's kind of a coin flip right now as to the daily gap up and gap down. But sure starting to see a lot of stocks that are well above that 10 period SMA. So going back to the average true range filter, I'm going to come back in here. I'm just going to add it as a column, and we'll have some examples to take a peek at here. I'm not going to mandate a minimum or maximum. I'm just going to say show the column. And over here, this is going to just give us the average true range. So semi. I mean, look at this guy. Look at this stock. It's popping all-time highs, right? Average true range of $1.24 in an average session. Okay, and that's on a $13, $12 stock. So that tells us that that thing is going to be pretty volatile on any given session. And of course, the mighty beast known as Roku, getting some nice upside action as of late. And when we look at Roku, it's like, okay, hey, this thing could move 7 points in a session. Okay, no big surprise there if you're familiar with the stock and the fact that it's close to 130 bucks. AKAM, $4.15. SFM, average true range of 87 cents. So Damien, hopefully that illuminates that filter for you. If you have any additional questions about it, just let me know. Can I please go back to the Windows filter? You just mean the filters in general? The filters in this window, or just filters in general? Or if you'd like this window, Alex, I can just drop it into the chat. That way you'll have the settings if you'd like to play around with this window. Yeah, no problem. We'll just dump it right in there. All right, Anna, so you got a message saying you've got a maximum number of charts open. Okay, so do this. If you find your toolbar down here at the bottom and hover over the TI icon. Now notice I've got all these price alert windows that I need to go in here and shut down. And more than likely, it's because, yep, see what I did here? I had that window pinned. And so every time I open my layout and I save it, it's saving a duplicate of this window. So what I'm getting at here is if you find the charts, because that's a lot of charts if you've maxed it out, you might have your charts pinned, and that's why it keeps stacking them up. Okay, so if you hover down here over your TI icon from the toolbar, I'm betting you're going to see a lot of charts open up here, and you can just come in here and start Xing them out, like what I'm doing right here with these guys. Until you get your, in essence, you do a little bit of a house cleaning there, because you have to have a lot of charts open to hit that max. You should be able to delete them either by manually pulling the window up, as I'm doing here. So for example, if I come up here and click, it'll pull the window up, and then I can manually scrub it out like that. Or I can just do it right from here by hitting the X. Boom, 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 boom. Let's see here. It scrolls from the top, apparently. Okay, so I've just cleared out all those price alert windows that I had pinned, and it's very important when you're going to save your new layout, kind of right-click on those charts and make sure that they're not pinned. Okay. So let me know if you're seeing a lot of pinned windows there, Anna. No problem, Alex. So This is a great way to scan for stocks that are abnormally strong in this market environment. Okay, so lots of different ways to play these moving averages. You know, either using them as a backstop in case, if we were thinking about going long in, I don't know, I'm just going to pick something at random here. Well, RDY's pretty much ahead of there, so that'd be a pretty big wiggle right there. But here's a little trick that Steve was showing me. Of course, Steve Gomez is the one that kind of turned me and a few other people on here to the fast line, which is the 10 period, not only for daily but intraday momentum detection as well. And the ones that are really motoring here lately and well above their 10 period average, Steve's been converting his 10 period into a 5 period here. So if I come down here and modify my 10 into a 5 just by doing this, it's going to be acting more like the fast line, as we can see here for all of these stocks that have got some moxie behind them, right? Notice what I did there is I changed it to a 5, and notice how these stocks that are in play with clear upward momentum are riding that 5 period, fitting like a glove. So kudos to Steve for pointing that out as well. Anything to give us an additional edge in this market is certainly beneficial. Okay, Anna, so you did see some pinned windows there. Is that what the yes means? As I resort by this column here, position in 20-day range, notice my icon here. Why are these solid green, where if I come down here, this is telling me how close they are to that 20-day range. So the guys with a little bit of daylight right here are just right at the top of that 20-day range, whereas the guys with the solid bars have pretty much crushed through the 20-day range, and that's what this is telling us. If I hover over the cylinder, notice it's showing me 105. 100 would be the top of that range. So these guys are 5% above that 20-day range. So they busted through it and they're up that percentage above it. And then we have some down here that are right at 100, as they could possibly, exceed that level. And if we have a little bit of daylight here, that means they're getting close to that 20-day range high. All right, Anna, cool. Well, then you know how to do a little house cleaning there and unpin those charts. All right, let's check in on the AI right now, because AI is not having such a bad day here. On a relatively small trade count, we've only got 4 signals thus far from the AI. And we can see Holly Neo over here in conservative profit mode. Not doing too bad. Now, these totals over here are representative as to 100 shares per trade, right? So if we were slinging 100 shares per trade on the 3 trades that Neo spit out today, we'd be up roughly a couple $100 if we hit everything pretty close to the mark. Now, what you're seeing over here are totals based on my risk tolerance that I have set up for the AI trades. So if I go to options here and go to my AI trade size, you can see I'm saying, okay, let's risk $100 per trade, and based on the stop loss, get me as many shares as is possible. So notice the RCUS, and we look at the buy signal that Holly generated today. 24.30 was that buy signal, and we had a nice little run up to $30, almost 31, in that following 15 minutes after the signal here. But notice what the stop loss was, okay? Because of the way the algo is calculating the stop loss here, man, we had a 7-point stop loss. So if I'm only allocating or risking $100, if this stop would have triggered to lose only $100, I could only be in 14 shares, okay? not 100. That's why we're seeing a big disparity between my conservative profit column here. If we tally that up, that's nowhere close to 200. But I'm not doing 100 shares per trade. I'm risking $100 per trade and letting the system size me in accordingly. Yeah, Chris. So, if we direct our attention over here to the channel bar, the first AI module that we ever came out with back at the very beginning of 2016 was just the first Holly AI, which we could call Holly 1.0. Then later we added 2.0 and Neo. Okay. So the big differences between the AIs originally, Holly, the first one, used everything right off the shelf. Okay, and what do I mean by off the shelf? If we look at configure within an alert window and we just go to the search tab and we browse all the alerts and filters, Holly 1.0 was using everything that you see here, everything that anybody would have access to. In other words, it wasn't using any custom filters. Okay, now I'm at the bottom of my filter list and you can see all these filters with the U prefix. Those are all custom filters that I have in my account. Okay, so Holly 1.0 originally did not make use of custom filters whatsoever, just everything off the shelf. When we brought Holly 2.0 online, Holly 2.0 could make use of custom filters that we added for that specific module, on the backside of the server. So that was the big difference between Holly 1.0 and 2.0 at first. Holly 2.0 could make use of custom filters. Then when we launched Holly Neo, and by the way, Michael Noss is the man behind the madness here at helping create and improve our AI modules. When he came out with Neo, not only did he enable it to make use of custom formulas, but it was going to be the more aggressive of the three, the more aggressive of the current trio. So when it had winning days, they were going to be pretty juicy. Of course, it could have bigger down days as well. So definitely the more conservative of the more aggressive of the bunch. And that's clearly illustrated today. It spit out 3 trades. If you're doing 100 shares per trade, you'd be up a nice little pile there. Okay. Of course, we saw what the stop losses were like, so you have to size accordingly, taking more risk but also returning more return today, even though it's operating in the conservative mode. So hopefully that kind of gives you an idea of the differences between the 3 modules. We've been talking for a very long time about converting 2.0 into a swing trading module. Looking at longer time frames for the holds, in excess of, just anything outside of the intraday period, whether that be getting out at the next open or close, or, configuring that thing for multiple day holds. And that's still in development, and we'll see how that goes. No problem. So Chris, tell me if that satisfied you. Otto seems to have liked it. All right, I'm just noticing love hitting lows here. Took a while, but it's finally breaking down, as a lot of the transport stocks are. So we got love. See, Dow popped through and is now kind of just hovering around. Delta Airlines, we got UAL that was making lows earlier. What I noticed earlier is love was the laggard, okay? And now as everything else kind of solidifies and tries to firm up, we got love breaking down. But what does that tell me? It's probably not going to go, checking out the daily over here. I mean, we got the low over here from the 18th. What is that? Low of 29.15. Tiny bit of room to these big time lows over here. So not just jumping in to short the thing there, but accommodations, food services, hotels, airlines, transports, all very, very weak on the session, which is accounting for the probably the disparity here between SPY and the Qs, the tech-laden Qs. Amazon just acting like everything is hunky-dory as it punches to all-time highs there, because guess what? Everybody's at home. Everybody's ordering things on Amazon. I think the latest news story I saw yesterday, they're adding 75,000 employees because business is booming. No big shocker there. All right, Anna, see your question there about relative volume. What should we use? Well, that's a good question, and it really just kind of depends. Um, the way that I like to view relative volume, if you look at what I've got in these two windows right here, these are just more or less momentum high of day and low of day scanners, as we can see from the new high here. And then I've got a pretty sparse filter set here. I've got relative volume on this one of 1.2 because quick word about relative volume. If we see something popping up here and it's showing us relative volume of 1, that pretty much means it's just doing normal pace or normal volume. So assuming everything holds constant, if we see a relative volume reading of 1, everything holds up. It's just going to finish right around normal volume. 1.2 here, I'm asking for, 20% above normal, just to ensure there's higher than normal relative volume. But then you might notice this filter as well, volume in the 1 minute period. It's got to be 3 times above normal because this is a percentage value. 100 would be normal 1 minute volume. But since this is a momentum ticker, I'm asking for a stock hitting a new high already at 1.2 on the relative volume side, but doing 3 times normal 1 minute volume as the new high is achieved. Okay. A little bit more about relative volume. Relative volume is one of my favorite metrics, but it's very slow to adjust during a trading session. So the volume can always come out of something on the smaller time frames, and we could still see a relatively high reading on relative volume. Let's see if I've got one of my other top list accessible here. No, we'll just have to retrieve it from the cloud. Give me 1 second here, because I've got a good example here of relative volume. Actually, I think that's my default top list. There we go. Okay, so check this top list out. Volume radar. What am I looking for here on the filter set? I'm not even mandating any relative volume or smaller time frame minimums or maximum here. I'm just saying stocks between 5 and 150, they got to kick out at least 500,000 shares over the past 5 days. And then I've sorted this list by relative volume. So, if I look at Kayla, which has been on fire for a while, was a recent Holly play, if my memory serves me correctly. Kayla. What do we got here? We got relative volume of 9 currently. All right. So obviously this thing's doing some volume. We did have a little gap down today. And we can see right here, relative volume of 9. Kicked out almost 3 million shares today, where on the 3-month average, it's only doing about not quite 600,000 shares today. So definitely big volume in Kayla. Now, we've still got a big relative volume number, but is the volume still in it? Well, now I've got my 5-minute and my 10-minute volume filters right here, and just as I said earlier, whether it's the 1 minute, 5-minute, or 10-minute, 100 is normal volume for these smaller time frames. So I got big relative volume, and I've still got volume above normal on the 1, the 5, and the 10. Now let's look at TGE because it's showing relative volume of 11.6. Now when I look at these smaller time frames, if 100 is normal and we're not even at 10 on the 5-minute, what does that tell you? Volume was there early on. Look at the volume bars here, but look what volume has done since that point in time. But we still got this jacked up relative volume because it takes a while for relative volume to adjust. So even though I see high relative volume now, the stock has gone to sleep thus far and is doing significantly low volume on the smaller time frames, like only 10% of normal on the 5 and only 33% of normal on the 10. So volume has left TGE, even though we're seeing a high relative volume number. Same thing on this guy, FNDC. Big volume early on, but has went to sleep, along with these other guys up here too. Now, I don't know what's going on with this guy today. FNDF usually trades 1.8 million and is creeping up on 10 million shares. And this is some type of Schwab fund of some type, but doing some crazy, crazy volume today. Yeah, I'll be happy to share this window. All right, now you got Volume Radar. CloudLink just dropped in. And this little window's kind of fun because a lot of the times, you know, if I take this position and range column, right, and I resort by it, these are all the stocks on the list that are very close to their daily high. So, you know, even though the volume, it looks like it's perking back up here, what's TGE going to do? You know, hey, if you're a range break person, you know, you could take a little stab at this, put your stop in below. With this volume level, it might bust out. Of course, I don't know if this is news related, if there's some kind of buyout going on, but just a handy way to sort, playing momentum with things that still have the volume inside of it. Now, if I sort the other way and I go, okay, SPY's, you know, look at this nasty little move down in the past 45 minutes on the SPY, okay? When we were marching up here, reclaim that 10 period area, everybody's like, maybe we're going to settle in and close positive. Now look at what the Qs are doing as well. Coming on down as well. But let's say things firm up down here and we take another little bounce back up. And I'm thinking to myself, what if there's some stocks down there that are lows that might be worth taking a stab at for a bounce? Okay. So it's kind of the opposite when we're looking at volume. So if I'm just trying to pick a few of these where the volume looks like it's kind of waning. United States gasoline. Okay. And here we have it on the 15-minute intraday. And if we look at yesterday's lows, we'd have to go all the way down to here. But let's just key off this little area right here. Let's say I was trying to put a bounce play in on UGA. Well, I can see, oh no, where'd it go? Let me resort by symbol here. Okay, there we go again. All right, UGA is approaching this little level right here. And if I wanted to take a stab on a bounce, I would pretty much want the volume to be kind of drying up on it. Okay, and we can see here it's only 62% of normal on the 5, but it's still looking a little juicy on the 10 minute level. So I'd want this to be significantly lower as well before I try to bounce this thing. Let's look at this guy. Okay. Yeah, I'm not really seeing any decent levels here. Let's look at the daily. You know, if I just had to eyeball this, then we'd draw a line right here. Maybe this little area could act as some support, and it's not too far away from the 20 period moving average. Okay, the thing about PXF right here is that the volume has pretty much dried up to nothing on the 1, only 33% of normal on the 5, and only 33% of normal on the 10 minute. So, you know, unless if the market continues its downward trend, probably wouldn't want to try to bounce anything. But if we did stabilize and I wanted to take a stab at this little guy, might be a good time to do it. You know, give it a few more pennies down to the 30.23 area, which is only 4 cents away, in the hopes that the volume is dried up and it's going to bounce off of this little area that could act as potential support. Okay. So, just the rule of thumb, when we're playing momentum stocks and we want higher moves on a breakout or a breakdown, we want that volume to be raging. On the capitulation bounce plays, we're trying to pick a bottom or fade a top. We want the other thing. We want volume to be drying up, so to speak. So just a kind of a simple way to find things that might be bouncing and things that might be topping out when the market conditions are appropriate. So hopefully that makes sense. And you can sort by any of these other metrics too. Whoa, what happened? I sorted by that column and everything disappeared. All right. Don't know what's going on there. So, hey, we want to find everything where the 5-minute volume is the highest. We could just resort by this column. Boom, BGS pops up. Look at this little 45-minute opening range break here. Obviously, the volume's been raging in this thing pretty much, well, it looks like just recently. So over here, we probably weren't experiencing high volume. Oh, on the smaller volume time frames, we're looking at the previous 10-day average. 10-day average on the smaller time frame volume. So yeah, if you were looking at daily bars, sure, it'd be bars, 10-day bars, or 10 one-day bars, I should say. And I have been running the Holly trades in paper mode over here. And as you can see, was up a little bit, but just holding everything, which is what we call moderate profit mode. Only up a smidge here on the 3 signals, or excuse me, where's my other position? What is missing? Arcus semi BPOP, Arcus semi BPOP. Because of the duplicate. Yeah. I didn't have my setting on here to add shares if something already exists, so that's why we're only seeing 3 positions in here, because we got the double signal in the RCUS today. But the cool thing about running Holly in auto mode, if you have a premium subscription and the upper tier access of Brokerage Plus, is that you'll notice, let's see here, the first one, 2730, let's just look at BPOP 3202. A little bit better on the short fill here. This is a great example of positive slippage, which occurs sometimes. You can see my entry on BPOP 3202, which is actually a better price than 31.96. So we could technically say on that one, 6 cents of positive slippage, which doesn't occur very often, but does happen sometimes. Usually slippage is going to be negative. If we look at semi, the long entry there was 12.95, and over here our long entry was 12.99, so we took 4 cents, obviously negative slippage on CEMI. So very cool in the fact that we see those differences when we're running the Holly trades in paper mode, because we always take slippage, typically whether it's automated entries or manual entries. And quite the pullback on the Qs. 214 all the way down to 210 and change. All right, ladies and gents, we're about 45 minutes into this session. We allocate an hour, so we got about 15 more minutes here. If you got some questions that you've been sitting on, go ahead and throw them out there. Well, everything just kind of settling in here from the tops to the bottoms. Not quite the bottom here. Just barely missed the lows on the Q. You know, on my favorite compare count window, let's see here. I saw my readings and I want to say they were just wishy-washy. And of course, when you get a reading something like this, we had 54% weighted after the first 15 minutes in the big cap movers today. 54% to the downside, which anytime the bias is less than 55%, I tell myself there's going to be a little bit of both. There's going to be some good upside. There's going to be some good downside. You just have to, trade according to the current momentum or current possibilities. And sure enough, that's what we've had in this session thus far. We had a little spillage right off the opening 45 minutes, all the way back up to highs over the following almost 2 hours, and then another good little swoop to the downside. Okay? So, perfect example of using those opening metrics of the first 15 minutes to kind of set our expectations on what the session might be like. Now, if I would have seen 60% red here, I would have been geared up more for a sustained down move. If I would have seen 60% green here, I would have been more attentive to the upside and maybe thought we'd have more follow through, or at least the market would hold up. But when we see 55 or 54, 53, sometimes even 50-50, it just helps me temper my expectations for the session. And this is a classic example of that today. Good downside, good upside, and now good downside once again. Who knows? Maybe we'll have good upside again. It kind of seems like, the way the day is playing out. What's really surprising and kind of what tells me what might be going on underneath the rug, so to speak, if we call the market the rug, the other day there weren't near as many of these stocks that were 2% above their 10-period daily moving average. Okay, now there are a lot of them. So what is that telling me? Well, if we kind of look at the market as like a snake moving around, the head moves first, and then the coil goes all the way through the body, and the other part of the body catches up to the head, right? And so it kind of looks like a lot of the stocks in the market on the bigger cap side are ratcheting up, even though the indexes aren't showing us big moves and breaking out. There's a lot of catch up that has to be done before that coil can occur as potential energy that might become kinetic in the future. So that's kind of what I'm taking away from all of these stocks that weren't here the other day, showing up on this list, being up at least 2% above their 10-period daily, is that there's a lot of stocks up there or out there that might be playing catch up. Okay, and once that body gets closer to the head, well then that head might be propelled forward. Just a theory, just kind of spitballing here. But yeah, it's odd to see so many of these stocks showing up, whereas a couple of days ago, with the setting of 2% above, we weren't seeing near as many stocks. All right, I see the questions panel has just kind of went dead, but we still got a good crowd in here. Hopefully my questions panel is working, but we got about 10 more minutes in here. 10 more minutes of fun before we hand it back over to MC Barry in the trading room. Let's see if there's any news on this TGE. Okay. There we go. LP shareholders approve merger. So anytime you see something that's that flat, first thing you should think of is it a buyout? There's been plenty of times where I'm like, oh, that looks so good, and I jump into it, and it's a buyout, and that pretty much means it's not going to go anywhere. So anytime you see something that flat, a lot of the times it's a buyout or a merger. So thankfully now you can just pop down to our news tab and quickly ferret out that information. And sometimes they show up like this and they're not buyouts, but those are few and far between. ZTO. You know, always find things like this interesting. Through its 20-day, doing decent volume, still doing decent volume, and pretty close. We're just peeking its head above. Let's go ahead and look at the weekly here. Notice where it pulled back, right at all-time highs. Like a magic. But interesting nonetheless. I mean, the stock is definitely strong when a lot of things are not. Couriers and express delivery service. No big shocker there. That is why Amazon is doing its thing too. All right, so if TGE, wait, which is the one that I just looked at? I hate it when I do that. Yeah, ZTO. Okay. Express, courier, and delivery services, which for obvious reasons we know why that is popular in today's economic environment. So we're thinking, well, what about other stocks that might be in the delivery business? All we have to do is click on similar here, and boom, there you have it. Other stocks in the delivery business. Of course, everybody knows what FedEx does. So just a quick way to get other stocks in the industry that might be lagging. Looks like ZTO is the anomaly here. It's a lot greener. A lot of these guys are red on the session. Of course, FedEx, which, kind of throws a little, I wonder why FedEx, being in the delivery service, well, fuel's cheap right now. Amazon uses FedEx and UPS heavily. You just got to wonder, why are these guys so beaten down still? Or Amazon is highly dependent on those companies, and they don't seem to be participating in the boom there. I guess their cost, and I don't know. I'm not even going to venture down that rabbit hole, but one would think that with Amazon using UPS and FedEx and the US Postal System heavily, that they'd be participating. Of course, don't get me started on the US Postal Service either. They have a extreme talent for losing billions of dollars all the time. All right, just about to wind it down here, ladies and gents. 5 minutes and ticking. Once again, I don't know if you guys just aren't talking or if my chat panel has frozen up on me. I don't see any reason why it would. Let's see, I killed that tab and respawned it here. So I don't know what was going on there. Wow. I missed a lot of questions here. Well, guys, I apologize for that. I guess in the future, if I see my chat panel suspiciously unactive, that would mean to spawn a new window. All right, let me just quickly scroll through these here. Holly does not do options plays. Now we do have a handful of options filters here. Okay. Put call ratio, options volume, volume today. So we do have a handful of options filters, and some of the strategies that Holly employs may take into account some of these filters, but no actual options calls per se. And Alex, what I was referring to earlier about the 5-minute volume, volume on the smaller time frames, like for example 5-minute and 10-minute right here. A reading of 100 is normal because those are percentage filters. Okay, so like BMRA right now is doing about 3 times normal on the 5-minute scale. 300% would be 3 times normal. All right, I remember Alex's question about the number of bars, options plays. Otto's asking, is it possible to get an alert every time a stock goes up by 1 penny? Yeah, check it out right here. If I'm using new high as the alert, notice KT was the new high of a penny, 877 to 878. If I take a peek at the history here, you'll notice that every time a stock hits a new high, it's got to be eking up in pennies, right? And sometimes it'll skip one, but like when Roku went on this last little run right here, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, okay? Maybe the volume waned on the 1-minute period. That's why we don't see a 78 and a 79. But if you're using new high as your alert and you've got that price column visible, then it should tick up every penny that it ticks up using new high. Right, Alex. 10 days. How does the volume 10 days ago matter? It's an average of the past 10 days. That's the way the smaller time frame filters work. And that's just the way we design them because it keeps you more in tune with what's happening recently. Because really, who cares about average volume over a 1,000-day period? Okay, we want what's been happening quite recently, and to us, the definition of quite recently is 2 trading weeks, 10 trading days. All right, Insaniac, on the similar tab, if you're not seeing a similar tab show up in your single stock window, I would say check your version, see what version that you're on. I'm pretty sure that similar should be in the latest release, but I could be wrong. I mean, it's been in my development version for a very long time here. I just assumed that it had been pushed out to production. But you can always go to help and see about what version you're on, and if you're a few clicks behind, just update. And John, if you're talking about the change symbol box in the charts, all I do is I click on the chart, I just type in the new symbol. Boom. As soon as you start typing, that box will pop up. So just type away and hit return. That should be good. Just point and type. All right, so sorry about the snafu there. I thought the chat panel might do that, and so I spawned a new one right off the bat, but I guess there's a little bit of a delayed reaction. Well, let's just see here what the latest version is on the production. we're pumping out so many development versions as of late, I'm losing track. Okay, so before I let you guys get back to Barry, the latest production version is 42131, and the latest beta version you can download here. Okay, and the beta versions are always very stable because we put them through the paces first. So whether you download the production or the beta, should be good to go. If I were you, I'd probably do the beta. All right, let me see if Mr. Barry is paying attention here. All right, going to give it the old countdown here in just a second, Barry, so stand by. Okay, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thanks everybody for popping in. I'm stopping now.
I'm now in the YouTube feed. So can I just get a quick response? And you guys are in the YouTube feed. Can you hear me? I've just taken over from Jamie. Can you hear me? I'll just put this here. Can you hear me? Okay, good. No. It's exactly the same. Okay, the YouTube feed, all the YouTube feed is just a different way to watch my screen and listen to me. All right, but there's the interactivity with all the traders. Lots more action here. I can, somebody asked me for scans. It's way easier for me to show you my scans, and you can pick and choose. So, the trading room is where you want to be if you are more of an active trader. If all you want to do is listen to me and see my screen, then the YouTube feed is fine. It's exactly, you're seeing exactly the same thing. Okay? But if you're in the trading room right now and you can see my screen and you're listening, there's no reason for you to go to YouTube. Yeah, thanks guys. Thanks Nigel and Seniac. Thank you. All right, now Elway. We saw Elway yesterday. A little is it a grocery store or something like fluid milk manufacturing. Yeah, I mean this is one that you always have to be careful when you look at these things with big topping tails. Got all the way up to 281. There's a 200-day moving average. It did pop way above it, but then it sold off. Tried again today, sold off again. It's really got to get through that 200-day moving average, and it has to do it with some reliability. Otherwise, it's just not going to move. I mean, look, and there's a lot of resistance around here, 271. A lot of resistance here, 3. To me, it's a very choppy looking weekly chart. Unless there's some spectacular news that's just going to keep it running and running. Doesn't trade very much. 175,000 shares. That's 11 times normal. Yes, so it is trading abnormally but it's only 175,000 shares. So unless there's some spectacular news for it, I just can't get too excited about it. Now, so don't scream at me though if tomorrow it's at $10. You too, no FOMO Joe. No fear of missing out, Joe. Good for you. Well, BMRA, yeah, it's been incredibly choppy. Also, a huge pop on that volume. Excuse me, all the way up there. Of course, it had that day or that week or that 2-day period where it got all the way up to 24 or so. Then I think they announced the financing. I believe it was maybe even 2 financings. I can't remember. No, I don't have any trades open. I only took 2 trades, RAD and CEMI. That's it for. I don't trade that much. It's difficult for me to trade. Not that I look. Even if I weren't moderating a trading room, I never was somebody who's in had to trade 10, 15 times a day anyway. Probably. I mean, I think it's a virus play. Whatever that day was. Yeah. Well, that was on the 18th, right? You know, they had some news this morning. I mean, they say that disclosed signing of 2 deals with Mount Sinai Medical School to scale lab version. It's a virus play. They said on April 2nd, they disclosed the signing of. So I don't know. I mean, this is the news. This is sort of news today. I don't know if it's really news today, but I see it hitting the, yeah, 10:38. We don't have the news here. I'm looking at my IB news. This happened at 10:37 within IB. Just one moment, please. Seems like kind of crazy news. I mean, if they said they received the letter. Oh, well, I mean, well, this is the news that happened at around 10:30, and that, you know, right there is their pop. All right, guys, it's 1:08. I have to do my video now, and at 2 o'clock we do have the marketing meeting. So I'll just pop this in here, the announcement. Oops, wrong one. Should be back before 1:40, but just in case I have technical issues, as I always say, I'll say 1:40, but I should be back before then. Okay, guys, so we'll see you then. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, let me see. Take a look to see what if there's anything happening. I have some thumbnail charts. See if anything is happening. So, Eric, I see you. Maybe you want to ask me a question. Yeah, it doesn't work very well on a mobile app, Mr. King. Okay, it's too delayed. I know they're trying to work on it to get it better, but I'll be honest, they've been talking about that for quite a while. So anytime anybody asks me about mobile, I know it's on the account section and that you can sort of set it up. You know what? Let me before I answer that or ask that or answer you, let me make sure I know what I'm talking about. Well, okay, first of all, when you say a mobile app, are you talking about getting an alert from the AI sent to your phone, like a some kind of like a text, or is that what you mean? Let me make sure I understand what you mean. I mean, we have a web-based version that you can use, but I mean, on a phone, it's going to be pretty darn small. Are you talking about though getting an alert on the phone, just like a symbol showing up? Yeah, you have to be a little more explicit than that. So I mean, if it's a text message or some kind of an alert, so yeah, I don't think. Let me just. Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, it's. I don't know what your friend might have seen then. Okay. Yeah, I'm just checking with our tech support people. There's nothing available that I can see. Okay. Are you sure it's Straight Ideas? See, we don't have an app. We don't have an app. Okay, so it's a. So I don't think it's us, Mr. King. Okay. All right, guys. What time is it? 1:28. So again, at 2 o'clock, I have a marketing meeting. So I'm just kind of. I mean, I'm getting a little uninterested in the market right now. Rite Aid is actually starting to move again. I have to admit, it is kind of moving again. Now, I actually went over this in the video, you know, how I had that red bar ignored, or red bar ignored right there, but it really did nothing. It didn't really pop. Then it dropped, but it's trying to move a little bit again. You can see how a lot of these momos, they pop and then they just drop. Pop, drop. Pop, drop. Oh, you get it. Pop, drop. Be nice to see one that would pop and then just sort of base a bit and then pop again. I mean, that's all we're really looking for. So that if you miss that first pop, that's okay. You know, if it sort of bases a little bit. But I mean, they just, you know, they're just little pumps. Yeah, you're right. Blinn is getting a little activity from the YouTube room. Blinn is getting a little activity. Some volume too. Also some volume. In fact, that's the biggest, not quite, sorry. I was going to say that's the biggest volume bar of the day, but it's not right at the beginning here. Maybe the biggest five though. Let's see if I can go back a little bit. No, not quite. But yeah, definitely getting some volume again for Blinn. BLIN. And Neuro. Yeah, just hit my halts resumes. Neuro got, yeah, look at that. Look at the volume coming in there. And the actual, yeah, the news actually hit. To use an NIH-funded trial evaluating effectiveness of transcutaneous electrical nerve stimulation for fibromyalgia. TENS. So this is not a virus play. That was the news, actually. So that's pretty... What if we have it? Yeah, that was the news. So that was pretty quick news, guys, right from the news. It got halted almost immediately. But there's the news right there. So people ask us, do we have breaking news? I mean, that's pretty darn close. I'm not saying it's always going to be like that, but I mean, that's pretty close. Because that was at 1:30, and so it's 1:32 right now. Okay, Rob, I should not be on mute. Can I make sure that I'm not on mute? Tom is saying I'm on mute. I don't think I'm on mute. Okay, so that's on your end, Tom. All right, so there are only two options, Rob. Only two options for the charts, either symbol linking or not. So if you right click on a chart and go to properties, and you see where it says symbol linking. So I've checked all of these because I do want, of course, the same symbol to be in all these time frames, whereas the SPY is unchecked. So that's why it doesn't move. Okay? So did you get that? Oh, the volume displaying. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so volume, you mean this volume down here, or actually any of the volume? Any of the volumes that I've got? Oh, okay. I'm talking to Tom now. So you just want a volume display. Okay, that's simple enough. Let me just show you how to do that. Okay. Oh, not for the SPY. Really? Are you sure you've added it? I mean, it's just really the indicators and volume. Okay? I mean, that's you're 100% sure you added the volume? Okay. you Okay, so I don't understand what you mean. I've just typed SPY in. So here are all the here's the SPY down there. So I'm not sure what you mean. Now a single chart window. So there's the volume there. There's the volume in all the different time frames. Maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're trying to what you're. Why don't you do this? It has to type another symbol in your SPY chart. See if the volume comes up. Just for fun. I mean, I can't. It shouldn't. I mean, it shouldn't matter, obviously. But type another symbol. If you don't have any volume at all, then my guess is maybe is it possible you have to check. Modify indicator parameters. Make sure you see volume. Maybe you unchecked it or got rid of it accidentally in your SPY chart. Is it possible? Do me a favor. Load a new chart. Load a new chart. Okay. And do you have volume in your new chart? Well, guys, look at Rad. So if you load it, okay. So when you loaded the new chart, it didn't have volume in it. Is that what you're saying? Okay. So that leads me to believe that you just don't have volume on it, because what I have done and what I recommend people do is they create a chart with all the indicators that you want on every chart and your volume if you want, and then you save it as default. Okay, save it as default. So what I would do is you could also then, if you wanted to, go to one of your charts that has volume in it right now, that definitely shows the volume. And assuming you've got, you don't mind saving it as a default, save it as default. and then load a new chart. Then the volume has to be there, and then use that for your SPY chart. Make sense? A new link for the trading room. I don't know if in a new link, Mohammed, but that has to work. So I'll give you a link for the trading room. I don't know if it's a new link. The guy who goes to all the Brad does not go to the traders to trade shows. I'm not sure who goes. I think there are. I know Sean goes to some of the trader shows. I think David Afariat, another one of the partners of Trade Ideas, I think he goes to some of the trade shows. Definitely not Brad though. Is there a way to make the buy-sell triangles on the chart or turn them off? I believe there's a way to turn them off. You're talking about, well, you know, I can't find one now. I know this is intraday. Let me just see. I think in properties, yeah, just show. I think if you right click on the chart, go to properties and see where it says show AI trades and it's checked. If you uncheck it, I believe that'll do it. Okay. You're talking about all of the, especially on a daily or a weekly or monthly chart, you see all the buy and sells. So that will do it for sure. So right click on the chart, properties, and uncheck the show AI trades. Okay. Well, okay, Hop, good. 234. I mean, come into the room. You know, this is basically a room where, you know, of course, you can ask me questions about the program itself. A lot of traders. Okay. Let me find it. Find something that has had a lot of trades in the past. I can't believe I can't find anything. Okay, so here, this one. Maybe I turned it off here. Ah, that's right. I turned it off here. So, okay, there's a buy there. Okay, here, bye bye, bye bye. Okay. So now if I turned it off, properties, uncheck, they disappear. Are those the little triangles you're talking about that are on the daily, weekly, monthly? I'll answer your question in a minute, James. Or where you buy and sell, I see. I don't know. That I don't know. So you're talking about you know, these guys right there, buy and sell. I don't think so. You know, they'll disappear. I think they may disappear the following day, but not intraday. I don't see how you can get rid of them. Yeah, I don't see how you can get rid of them. That'll work. Okay, so there were no alerts like that, okay? There are no alerts like that, James. There are filters that can show you. Yeah, no, there are no alerts like that because we can show where the 200, let's say the 20 is close to the 200, all right, but not the actual cross itself. We can show the price crossing, the 20 and the 200, I think, but not the 200. Yeah, that would require, so you want the 20 over the 200. Yeah, that would require a custom formula. Not hard. You want me to show you how you can do it? Have you ever written a custom formula before? Okay. So let me get the, give me a second here, and I'll get the page. I'm going to get this link in here. So we're doing this in off topic. Oh, it's not hard. It honestly isn't hard. So I'm going to, so here's a link where we have all of our data points, okay? So the data points, if it isn't there, then you can't do it, but so there's the data point for the SMA 200, and there's the data point for the so we do have the data points for the SMA 200, SMA 50, SMA 20, okay? So that formula will be very, very simple. I'll type it in here, and I'm going to show you where you go to actually create it, okay? So you want the 20 over the 200. Really simple. It's just SMA underscore 20 greater than SMA underscore 200. Okay, so there is your formula for the SMA 20 to be over the SMA 200. Okay, pretty simple. Now, how to write it and where to actually put it, because when you do this, you'll create a filter. And let me just give me a second here. Where are you? Okay, so you will start here. I'm going to give you the link. Click on that link, you'll be brought to the formula editor page, okay? And I'm going to give you the instructions. It is simple. I mean, if you say you're a tech, well, it is very simple. No pressure on you. But no, it is very simple. Yes, you can. Yes. Probably not. I think it probably has to be. You have to probably break them up. Not necessarily two filters. I just have to find the and function. Hey, you can see. You have to tell me what you did, but let me help James first. Okay, so this is where you're going to go. Okay, this is how you create it. But I think what has to happen, just give me a second here. I think what you're going to want to do, I just can't remember what if you're a programmer at all, you'll know the and, here we go. I just have to bring this in here. What do they use for and? I've done this for so long. I just can't remember what the and is, because I think what you want to do is you want to go. It might actually be 3. Actually, okay, to be simple, You can start off with the one, the SMA 20 greater than the SMA. By the way, that 200, you've actually, it's 200. You've actually typed 2 and then the letter O twice. Okay, it has to be exact. And then you can create another one, price greater than SMA 220, and then another one, price greater than SMA 200. So you'll have 3 filters. There is an AND function. I just can't remember what the what you use. Okay, so if you click on that link, you see right above, I said to create the custom formula, click on the link, the account, and then when you open it, you'll have a create new or something on top. When you do that, this box will pop up. The source box will pop up. You can at least put one of them in there, the SMA 20 greater than the SMA 200. Then maybe create it, and then you'll have a min and a max, just like a normal filter. Put 1 in the min, okay, and that basically makes the formula true. And then the same, then you can create another one, price greater than the 200, SMA 200. Make the formula true in the min, 1, and then price greater than. There's a way to combine them all. I'm sorry, I just can't remember. It's an and. It's one of these things, I just can't remember which one it is. Because you could literally then do something like price greater than SMA 200 and SMA 20 greater than 200 and price greater than 200. Okay, all in one, and then that would create the formula, and then in the min box you put 1 to make that whole thing true. I just can't remember where the and is. I'll give you this. You might be able to figure it out. It's just C+. That's all it is. It's just C+. I think it might be this. I think it's this double. I think it's this double bar. Is it and? That probably makes more sense. I think Maria, I think you're right. I think the double bar is or. So it's double. So maybe it's the double and or ampersand. We don't want or though. It's and. It is the and. Just a single and. I'm getting help all over the place here. Just an ampersand. Okay, so double and is the and operator. Okay. All right. So the double ampersand is the and, according to Hey 125. Okay. Or not. Or you could make 3 of them. It's more elegant to create the one. Well, that's not good. That's still not good, Pam. I mean, it might be your system then. It might be your computer. Did you try to get a hold of? Yeah, you downloaded the latest version, Daco, but you didn't download the beta. Okay? You have to download the beta. So when you went to this page, subscription, and download TI Pro or beta. So this is what you did more than likely. You downloaded TI Pro. Right there, right? You've got to scroll down and download the beta. Download the beta, you'll have the similar tab. Well, you didn't hear back? Really? He's usually very responsive. Ah, so it's not. Oh, I see. You weren't talking to Spy then. You were talking about SPX. I thought you said Spy. Yeah, I can see that right here. Maybe I read that wrong. I thought you said the Spy. Okay. Can I scroll down to all my custom formulas? Sure. So it's clear on YouTube, just not. It's that's strange. I don't know what to say. So I was asked to show my all my custom formulas, which I really haven't used that much anymore, but used to spend a lot of time creating custom formulas. This is one of the cooler ones, maybe the distance to the next high or low. That's kind of a cool one. Oh, I used to use this inside day. These are all things that I did years ago. Hey, there you go. It is double. There you go. I've got the SMA 200 greater than the SMA 50, and the SMA 50 greater than the SMA 20, and the high today is greater than today's high and today's and. So it is definitely the and. Yeah, the double A is the and. Just confirmed it with me. This is not what you're looking for, but this is something I did a long time ago. All right. So my marketing meeting starts in about 4 minutes. Your new. Well, within reason, hey, within reason, okay? If the data point doesn't exist, because people ask us, well, can I do an SMA 10 as an example? We don't have the data point. So if the data point exists, then you can start to, play around and create another filter out of the existing data points. So all I can do, what time is it? I want to make sure I don't miss my marketing meeting. So all I can do is give you these are 2 pages. Basically on pages 5 and 6 of this link are some data points you can use. And also on this link, where are you? Custom filter codes. Here are the other codes that you can use. So again, if it doesn't exist, you can't, as an example, we don't have EMAs, we don't. And if you wanted like an SMA, again, 10 or something like that, we don't have the data point for it, so you can't use it. You can't create it. In other words, you can't go SMA underscore 10 and think it's going to work if we don't have that as a code, as a data point. Make sense? Sure, it makes sense. This is obviously it's sort of an advanced feature. Most, I would say that maybe 1% or less of our customers actually go through the exercise of trying to create a custom filter. all those formulas that you saw, those were done in the days before I was actually working for Trade Ideas, when I was an eager beaver. All right, guys, I better put the announcement in first because the meeting will start hopefully soon. Yeah, if you can use a PC, it's way better. Okay, I mean, first of all, using a PC, I don't know how many monitors you have, Mr. King, but I mean, I have 3 monitors. You can do easily, you know, you can take a window and move it around on your various monitors. Um, Brokerage Plus, this what you see here, the ability to, you know, do simulated trading, or if you had an interactive broker's account, you can actually trade your account. Brokerage Plus is not available in the web-based version. The ability to link, you know, we link with many with many other trading programs, brokerage accounts. Linking meaning when I click on an alert, it'll just load into the order entry into your brokerage platform. Can't do that in the web. So yes, if you can use it, if you have a PC, I would absolutely use it. Use the app instead of on the Mac. Okay. We're trying to make the next big step is to get Brokerage Plus available. I think there's a real issue trying to link. I think getting Brokerage Plus on the web and allowing you to do paper trading. I think that is something that's not being a programmer. I don't think that's that difficult. But okay, guys, the marketing meeting has started, so I'm going to put you guys on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. You know what I'm thinking I should do is I should probably create a new tab for futures. You know, we obviously don't do anything with futures at Trade Ideas, but I have no problem with that as long as you guys still want to trade stocks too. But maybe just have a little futures tab going. As long as you, but I'm assuming you still want to trade stocks. Otherwise, there's no point being in the room, I guess. All, what do you mean equities too? You're kidding then? Stocks only? How does equities differ from stocks only? Okay, 2:28. So I'll be shutting this room down around 3 o'clock. Okay, so now's a great time. You want to ask me questions? Please go ahead. Um, so what I'm going to do now is I am going to no, no. Level two will come with your broker. I mean, we get the question a lot, but no, we don't. We don't have level two. I mean, I just give me a second here. Just trying to rearrange a monitor. Okay, no, we don't have a monitor, a screen on my monitor. No, we don't have a level two. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to get rid of everything, and I'll just take a couple of simulated trades just to show you how that works. All right, let's take a trade here. So see if anything's of interest here. CPSS. Okay, let's take CPSS just as an example here, just to see. Okay, so I'm going to do it in a very manual way. I'm just going to take 500 shares or 300 shares at the market. Let me see what the market is. Let's see where they fill me. Yeah, in between. Okay, so I just took 300 shares. This is in the simulator. 300 shares of CPSS. Now I can put a stop in. Now, obviously, listen, I mean, we always talk about the idea you have to have a stop in place ahead of time. That would then determine how many shares you're going to take. So that would require just a little bit of mental arithmetic ahead of time. Okay, not the not impossible to do, of course. There is a little more manual way you can do all that. But let's just say you wanted to take 300 shares. Now I can put a stop in. So let's put a stop in at the bottom of that 5 minute candle. Okay, which is about what, 230. 233. So now all I have to do is just literally go 233. You know what? I'm going to try this time not to put the price in both. I keep thinking I have to do that. So let me okay, so I am going to now get back to and see if I can just put it there. And see if I want to see if it does the trade immediately. No, okay, so I don't have to put it in the market also. Okay, so there's the stop, 233. So if it hit the stop, I'd lose $79. Okay, if I allowed that to happen. Now I can also put a target if I want. I think this is where I have to put both prices. So let's just put make it easy. Take a $3 price target and sell. Okay, so I've sort of bracketed it. So if it drops to, if I let this thing run automatically, a 233 stop, if I let it run down there, I lose $80. If it runs up to my target, I'll make whatever, 121. Okay, see how easy that was to do right on the chart? Now, I can, of course, if I want to, I can start raising my stop. Let's just say the trade starts to really work. I want to start raising my stop right in the chart. I just basically just grab it. You just move it. I can move it up and down, okay? And also in this, target, artificial target that I've placed, if it starts to really work well and I get close to it, I can always just move the target also. I can do whatever I want once it's on the chart. So very, very easy to do things right on the chart. And that is in the simulator. If you had an Interactive Brokers account and you wanted to trade your real money, you could just connect and you could do exactly the same things right on the chart. Okay, I demonstrate the simulator all day long. I'm gonna pass that on, real. I think I passed it on before, but let's see. Now, the interesting thing, real, I don't know enough about this, but we've got something cooking with what's called a small exchange. I think, I think that we'll be able to do trading futures like stocks. I think that's the idea. I may be wrong. And it's called the small exchange. We actually thought by April 20th we were going to be able to launch it, and you'd have access to it. And but unfortunately, because of what was happening in the market, they decided to launch on May the 20th, I believe. Okay, and I think it has something to do with being able to trade the futures like stocks, if that makes sense. It's called the small exchange. All right, I see they took this one right there. Well, it's an actual brokerage that I think connects with IB. I believe it connects with IB, and then obviously, if we're going to have it, I think it'll be have to have a scanning tool with it. I profess not to know that. I should probably know more about it. It's just been I've heard it been talked about for a long time, and we're hoping to have it launched on the 20th. But there you go. There's a small exchange, okay, and futures that don't look like futures. The efficiency of futures with the clarity of stocks. So take a look at that. Again, we were almost going to be launching the 20th. Here's another one ripping here. Look at the CVTI, Covenant Transportation Group. Who the heck are you? Brent, I say I'm just reading your email. A 2-week trial. Are you one of those people from the CME? Just a trial sign up. Well, we don't have trial sign ups. Are you talking about the test drive that starts on May the 11th? Oh, okay. No, well, yeah. I mean, what you've done is you've basically just pre-registered. Okay, nothing. You won't get any data until May the 11th. You've just basically pre-registered. Okay, and you'll get an email probably a week or two before with I guess, the real sign-up procedures and all that. So, yeah, all you've done is pre-register. Okay. You are an early bird on that. All right, guys. I am just biding my time until 3. Ask me questions. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we would have had a presentation had we known, but really thought we really thought we were going to be launching April 20th, but we found out about 2 weeks ago, 2.5 weeks ago, that they were going to delay it. It's got nothing to do with us, so it has been delayed to May 20th. So, yeah, I mean, something has to be developed. You're absolutely right. Some kind of a presentation, video. I'm not going to do it, but somebody at Trade Ideas will do it. It seems pretty cool, though. The futures like stocks. I'll pop this into the YouTube feed too. This is just, again, this is something that is coming. You guys can read all about the small exchange. Yeah, I'll have to read it myself. Just give me a second here. So if you guys know this this gentleman, he's a character. Tom Sosnoff, so Tasty Trade, so he's behind it. Ratio between buyers and sellers. I'm not sure if we can. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I don't see how we can do it. I mean, you can see right there in our volume bars. You know, this is obviously the way I've color coded it anyway. The blue is predominantly buying, and you can just obviously the stock is going to be green. Yellow or orange is or sellers. I don't think we have a. I don't actually think we have a way. Yeah, I don't think we have a way to do that. Okay. I mean, really, you just have to watch the. You know, there are more buy. If the stock is moving up, there are more buyers than sellers. Yeah. Again, when I see a question like that, I mean, I have no idea how much anything's going to go up or down. Oh, it's a 24-cent stock. Well, yeah, you're on your own on that one. I mean, it's tremendous volume today, no question. Tremendous volume today, 462 million. I don't know what the it says will not pursue a reverse split. Well, they must be pretty confident they're going to somehow get it over a dollar then, so they can maintain their Nasdaq listing. That's typically why. So I don't know. Yes, Brent. There's definitely a benefit to use the Windows version. Okay, so if you don't mind using an emulator on your Mac, then definitely the desktop is more powerful. You have things like Brokerage Plus. How many monitors do you have, Brent? Okay, so that's another reason. You see how I can take a window or a scan and I can put it on any monitor I want. In the web-based version, you just can't do that. So that's another reason to use the app. It's great for multiple monitors. Also, linking. We have our external. I don't know what broker you have. It doesn't really matter, but whatever broker you've got, You can link, generally speaking, we link with many, many brokerage platforms. Linking meaning that when you click on an alert, it'll automatically just load into your order entry. So you don't have to constantly type in, all day long. Those are probably three of the biggest differences between the web-based version and the app. The Golden Bull, DNJR. I'm not sure I've ever heard of you. I wish I had heard of you when you were 32 cents. Wow, what a move. This 2 weeks ago. Yeah, but I think he meant, the buying volume. I mean, I understood what he meant. Obviously, there's a buyer. There's every trade, there's a buyer and a seller. Yes. Yeah, I can't help you there. You're talking. What do I do? You're out of the day trades. I mean, nothing. I can't. I can't help you there. All right. So the linking tool. I mean, I know we definitely connect to Questrade and Disnat. Okay, I used to have Questrade and Disnat. I'm a Canadian, so that's why. Um, but typically, what you do is if you click on tools, click on external linking, and then just follow the rules. It says add link and follow the rules. And it can be trial and error. A lot of times, if you maybe go to your order entry at TD Bank, go into the order entry box. Let me do that again. It says while keeping this one mouse over the target window. So imagine, so maybe it's your order entry. Then hold down the shift key and select the window, and it may connect. Like we don't guarantee anything. I mean, I always say nobody cares whether we connect to them or not. Okay, so a lot of times it is a bit of trial and error, and you'll know immediately when you click on a link. Does it appear in your order entry? I just don't know about TD Bank. I mean, I have not used TD Bank. Meanwhile, what is the market doing? I haven't really paid that much attention to what the market is doing. So oh boy, will we maintain this? Fred is talking about GNMK. Yeah, GNMK. Yeah, wow, nice pop there. Coming right, well, into the 200 weekly. I have no idea if that's very significant, but also, excuse me, also coming into other resistance on the monthly chart. But great move for GNMK this week and last week. All right, guys, are there any other questions coming in? Getting set to wind this up or wind this down. When we get into earning season, guys, which kind of starts next week, I know we've had a few of the banks, big banks, release this week, but next week we'll have, I believe I said 500 companies releasing next week. And then the week after, and the week after, and the week after, we'll have like 1,000, 1,500, 1,800. We will see a lot of earnings plays. Well, I can ask. I know they use a program, is it Gravatar or something? I've never really tried. Somebody, you see, the question is, how did you create an avatar? It's in the login screen. Questrade is fine to connect. If you're going to use Questrade, this is what you do. External linking. You add the link. Now you see where it says rule. When you try to establish link, and then where it's going to say rule. Let me just do something here. In fact, I'll so I'm not going to continue. But you see where it says rule? If you click on that and you click on DisNet, DisNet and Questrade are exactly the same in terms of the rules. All right. So you just click on DisNet, and then you're good to go. You're welcome, Mike. Okay. I don't know how people. I've never tried, to be honest. I've never really cared that much if I have a gravatar, an avatar gravatar. So if somebody wants to explain exactly how they did it, I'll keep the room. The room has another 5 minutes. Somebody wants to explain exactly how they did it. Oxy on the way down. There, so Zach did it. Up down. He's Mr. Up Down. He doesn't care. Maybe I should create one. Oxy on the way down, guys. OXY on the way down. Maybe it's because you're on a Mac. Yeah. I don't know. It shouldn't be though. I mean, this is the trading room. It shouldn't matter if you're on a Mac or a PC. I don't think anyway. All right, guys. Anything else? Actually, got a couple of things I have to do, so I wouldn't mind getting out right now. Grab an extra minute. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. Synth Head. You guys challenge me on trying to pronounce some of these names. Wash your hands and have a great day. I'll be out in the garden. All right, guys, I think I'll wrap it up now, if that's okay. So thanks a lot for all the help, all the effort in the room. I don't say this enough, but thanks a lot for all the civility in the room. Makes my job a lot easier. Don't have to, not a lot of babysitting I have to do. Thanks so much for Real and all the other great contributors in the room. I feel like I'm accepting an Oscar. Thank you very much for my my wife, my kids. Okay, guys, so we'll do all this tomorrow. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Okay? And so have a great evening, everybody. Yeah, and definitely stay safe. So we'll see you tomorrow, everybody. Bye-bye.